Order.
Etal mazazachu doesn't true mazit a hotieni day. Etal mazazachu doesn't true mazit a hotieni day. Etal mazazachu doesn't true mazit a hotieni day. Senotsi masi dutsanet and a konena gone o. Se kai gone zu, luk eshu gone zu. Unta luk eza sene zu a jokots and dira gajon let's a deni de masia. Masi dutsanek ave a jonagala genta. Ashona hentene zuko utsani vetsa kerajo hutlena halageta. Ira sego amasye nefe. Udana he cha sene zuko ko uni pera se bijitsa kera se ajon cloud e kotsane di kotsena tsene le sene zi ajon tene kotsek e kakogin deni de masia. Ira se mote kamarija kefeneta te kai ajon Jésus de kai Jose tashu. Se hu tuajon dutsene na gainta kos o se ajon claute se na hets anenti. Se ajon tats etia se na va keneva, na he la keneva, na he kek ajo tarin tira se na utsera. Aji wats eti se kunti ajon claute ne zu, ajon na he tets ekera ajon kos o tlat hatsule. Na he chokeni kotin tek isi, se hu tuajon na gainta da se ajon claute na hets ona taitira se na hets anti. Eja se masi nefe, era se Jésus dutsene se go a masi. Nets empite gai hutlete gai nile notsi netzek enave. Anigo to se tase notsi no kaini venotsi ne chofetani la. De gamari mona simona gots intesoni kani konak enatainti. Godin kletzeke satzeke selon univernesit a kagiute any day. E masi se Jésus masi dutsene zene kona agone o masi. Et taum is as a chew doesn't chew mazit a hoteni day. Et taum is as a chew doesn't chew mazit a hoteni day. Et taum is as a chew it doesn't chew mazit a hoteni day. Masi.
Thank you. Please be seated. I'd like to thank Mayor Jane Kazon for the opening prayer and reflection. Minister statements. Mr. Premier.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to update members on the formal intergovernmental meetings that I've taken part in this spring and those still to come. These are valuable opportunities to advance our priorities and strengthen partnerships with Indigenous governments and with federal, provincial and territorial colleagues. They are helpful in educating other jurisdictions about the Northwest Territories and our government mandate, and to ensuring that northern perspectives are reflected in discussions of national importance. Throughout April and early May, Cabinet participated in several important bilateral meetings with Indigenous governments. On April 8th, we had the pleasure of being hosted by the Salt River First Nation in Fort Smith. On April 17th, we met with Sahtu Secretariat Incorporated in Yellowknife. The Delaunay-Gotenay government hosted us in Delaunay on April 24th. On May 5th, the Tlichong government hosted us in Betchiko, and on May 6th, we met with the Northwest Territories Métis Nation in Hay River. These meetings are valuable opportunities for our governments to address shared concerns and to make progress on our commitments. Although all of these governments have different structures, interests, and priorities, there were a number of common themes in our discussions, including concerns about the illicit drug crisis, crime, and supports for mental health and wellness. These discussions help ensure this government's work recognizes the interests of modern and historic treaties, acknowledges the unique governance and cultural needs of Indigenous governments, and helps us understand regional and community perspectives across the territory. Mr. Speaker, from May 1st to May 4th, I participated in the Northern Premiers Forum in Haines Junction, Yukon, alongside the Premiers of Yukon and Nunavut. This annual meeting among the three territories is a crucial venue to work together on shared challenges and opportunities unique to the North. We discussed Arctic security and sovereignty, the economy, critical infrastructure, and the health and well-being of Northern people and communities. We were warmly welcomed by the Champagne Anishak First Nation in the community of Haines Junction, and I thank them for their wonderful Northern hospitality. I look forward to hosting the 2026 Northern Premiers Forum here in the Northwest Territories. On May 21st and 22nd, I had the honour of hosting the Western Premiers Conference, which brings together premiers from the 4 Western provinces and all 3 Northern Territories to discuss issues of mutual interest and importance. The last time the Northwest Territories hosted the Western Premiers Conference was in 2018. Hosting the conference offers a unique opportunity to showcase the strength, resilience, and potential of Northern people, Northern communities, and Northern economies. I chaired discussions on a range of pressing issues, including responses to international trade and tariffs, economic corridors and supply chain resilience, Arctic security, climate change and emergency preparedness, and housing. Mr. Speaker, on June 2nd, I will participate in a First Ministers meeting, which includes the Prime Minister and all 13 Premiers in Saskatoon. First Ministers have been meeting quite regularly over the last few months, both virtually and in person, as we deal with geopolitical shifts and reimagine Canada's economic and foreign policy future. I expect the meeting in Saskatoon will focus on working together as Team Canada to grow the economy through major building projects and addressing tariffs and other threats to Canadian security and sovereignty. From June 17th to 19th, the Government of the Northwest Territories will participate in a meeting of the Northwest Territories Council of Leaders in Betchiko, chaired by Equatide Danny Gaudette. The Council of Leaders is an important venue where partners come together to collaborate on issues of shared interest. At this year's meeting, discussions will focus on strengthening intergovernmental cooperation on education and climate change, supporting healthy and vibrant communities, and working together to improve programs and services for all residents. Strengthening the Northwest Territories Council of Leaders is critical to building a future rooted in partnership and mutual respect. To cap off the spring and summer meetings, I will represent the Northwest Territories at the Council of the Federation meeting in Huntsville, Ontario from July 21st to 23rd. The Council of the Federation is made up of all Canadian premiers. We anticipate discussions will focus on national security, Canada-US relationships, trade diversification, strategic infrastructure and energy projects, internal trade, labour mobility, immigration, health, and public safety. Mr. Speaker, intergovernmental collaboration is essential to advancing the interests of Northerners. We are stronger when we work together, and we make the most progress on our shared priorities when we present a united front. These forums are important opportunities to raise our voices, promote our priorities, and build the partnerships necessary to ensure a strong, prosperous future for the Northwest Territories. I look forward to continuing to collaborate with Indigenous leaders, with my fellow premiers, and to proudly represent the people and interests of the Northwest Territories in these important discussions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Member statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Housing and NWT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to building more homes for Northerners. This commitment is strongly supported by a large new incremental investment in housing totaling $150 million over the remaining term of the 20th Legislative Assembly. The investment is a result of strong collaboration by all members of this House and highlights the strength of our consensus government system. Improving the suitability, accessibility, and affordability of housing is a top priority of this government. This investment plan focuses on sustaining the public housing portfolio by replacing aged housing assets and retrofitting units to improve the condition and extend their service life, and reduce the risk of housing units aging out of service. Additionally, it adjusts the housing portfolio to align with the current and future demographic trends to be consistent with the Territorial Housing Needs Assessment that is currently underway. Over the next 3 years, these investments will target a total of approximately 750 housing units, representing a third of the public housing inventory. These projects are in addition to the 159 active modernization projects and 17 public housing replacement units that are currently being delivered in communities across the Northwest Territories during this summer's construction season. Construction has also started on the 50-unit mixed-use building in Yellowknife, which will involve the rapid assembly of timber structural panels and include biomass and heat pump technology for all building heat loads. Housing NWT will also complete a biomass conversion project at our seniors multiplex in Fort Providence, converting the multiplex from fossil fuels to a renewable primary heat source. These two projects demonstrate scalable approaches to sustainability in housing. The GNWT, in the life of this Legislative Assembly, has completed 81 units of new housing, has 67 units of new housing in progress, and will execute on 144 more, funded through the $150 million investment. By the end of this government, Housing NWT will have completed 292 new housing units. Mr. Speaker, these investments also present strong and new economic opportunities for Northerners engaged in the residential construction sector. In the past fiscal year, Housing NWT awarded 99% of its contracts to local and NWT businesses, demonstrating that investments in housing are direct investments in economic growth. This growth is further supported by the requirement for apprenticeship work assignments in all new Housing NWT construction contracts, which support development of skilled tradespeople in NWT communities. In line with supporting new opportunities for Northerners, Housing NWT and NWT General Contractor will be hosting a job fair in Delaney in June. Supported by the Delaney-Gauthier government, this fair will offer local opportunities for constructing 2 prototype hybrid duplexes, which combine the best attributes of modular and stick-built construction methods. This work is being supported by a research grant from the National Research Council, emphasizing a shared commitment to innovation in the housing sector between the GNWT, Canada, the community of Delaney, and contracting partner Arcan Construction. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to update this House and the public on the progress of Housing NWT's capital projects, highlighting the impact on social outcomes, innovative approaches, and increasing opportunities, economic opportunities for Northern businesses. In addition to the large investment by this government, Housing NWT continues to actively work with federal partners to secure additional federal funding to strengthen our capital delivery plan. This government remains focused on addressing the housing challenges in the Northwest Territories, enhancing the quality of life for all residents, and building more homes for Northerners. Koinani, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister responsible for Housing NWT. Minister statements. Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, the 2025 wildfire season is now underway, and our team is ready to respond. Response is just one part of the equation. Readiness and preparedness are equally critical. Following the 2023 season, the GNWT has enhanced its wildfire management program through strategic investment and initiatives. Today, I will update members on the investments we have made that are helping us build a more prepared and resilient territory. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, in partnership with the NWT Association of Communities, we sponsored all Indigenous governments and community governments to attend a wildfire preparedness workshop in Yellowknife before the 2025 fire season. This workshop focused on sharing knowledge and practical ideas about wildfire and how to prepare for them. It brought together 30 members of local fire and public works departments representing 17 communities. They participated in cross-training exercises to build their knowledge of structural protection equipment and strategies for defending their neighborhoods. Mr. Speaker, funding has traditionally been a challenge for communities in preparing for wildfires. Through a number of initiatives championed by the GNWT, we are seeing historical investment in wildfire preparedness. Following the unprecedented season of 2023, we acted quickly to secure and leverage new funding from the Government of Canada to support community wildfire readiness. This year, the GNWT launched the FireSmart Community Wildfire Resilience Contribution Program, which will provide nearly $2 million annually in FireSmart projects, including education, vegetation management, training, and equipment, each designed to help communities become more wildfire ready. This program is funded through fiscal year 27-28, and early uptake has been promising. This initiative builds on nearly $20 million leveraged by the NWT Association of Communities in partnership with the GNWT to complete fuel break projects in line with each forested community's wildfire protection plans. This investment began in 2020 and will continue through 2030, with additional projects launching every year. Mr. Speaker, we have also heard from NWT communities and local fire departments about the need for more training and support to participate in wildland-urban interface responses. To address this, the GNWT plans to deliver basic wildland-urban interface response training in several communities this summer, targeting local firefighters, public works professionals, and facility managers. The training will provide familiarity with structural assessment and triage, familiarize local staff with key equipment, and increase resources to protect communities if wildfires threaten them. This renewed focus on training local fire departments will lay the groundwork for developing a wildland-urban interface response framework in partnership with municipal and community affairs, the Office of the Fire Marshal, and fire departments across the territory. Together, we will build northern solutions and support local communities to ensure the NWT is better prepared to respond to future wildfires and urban interface events. Mr. Speaker, knowledge is the cornerstone of success in wildfire resilience. To that end, we have invested in building a broad FireSmart network that is ready to expand FireSmart knowledge across the NWT. We have trained local fire departments across the territory to deliver the FireSmart Advanced Home Assessment and Neighborhood Recognition programs, and have expanded our capacity to deliver these programs within our wildfire service. With over 100 assessments requested and 3 neighborhoods interested in recognition this engagement season, residents are eager to participate. We are also increasing our presence in schools and communities by holding information events and conducting outreach, supported by investments in public education campaigns, to encourage residents to take FireSmart action. Mr. Speaker, these efforts make real progress as we continue to work toward a more wildfire-ready territory. But there is still more to be done. The journey to wildfire readiness is ongoing. It must be reflected in the actions of all sectors of society, day after day, month after month, and year after year. The GNWT is committed to supporting these efforts across all sectors to build safer communities, ready to respond and recover from emergencies, and better prepared to adapt to the challenges of a changed climate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Minister statements. Mr. Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to advise the House that the Honourable Member for Cam Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, will be absent from the House for a portion of today's proceedings to meet with the Forum of Labour Market Ministers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Premier. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member statement. Member for Milne Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to talk about this, the upcoming territorial election. It may only be 2 years away, Mr. Speaker, but more importantly is you can never start thinking ahead too soon. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks, with only a few days in this sitting left, we have to work as hard as we can to squeeze the issues in. One particular topic I want to highlight today is preferential balloting, Mr. Speaker. Interestingly enough, I would love to ask the Speaker questions on this, but of course our rules of our House don't allow this. I would grill you, of course, in the most respectful way, as one could only imagine. But for the past 3 months in advance of the last federal election, different people were chatting, and I'd heard them, whether it was at Tim Hortons or Starbucks or even Javaroma, you'd hear people asking, why do we vote? So when you hear voter apathy is high and engagement is low, you start to wonder, how do we change the system and conversation in getting these types of discussions? And certainly one of the conversations is preferential balloting. So my research went so far a few months ago to look into when was the last time the NWT, that is, had a plebiscite. It was actually back in 1982 and 1992 was the last time the citizens were faced with a question that was paramount to the future of the Northwest Territories. And it was about division, Mr. Speaker. The question is, was that the right direction to go, and how would it look? At the end of the day, we know how it went. Mr. Speaker, as a plebiscite at that time, it took 3.5 months to organize. So it wasn't an undertaking that considered itself so impossible. So with approximately 860 days left in this particular mandate, and some days I think it can't come too soon, Mr. Speaker, is now a good time to start talking about our voting system to create voter engagement. Mr. Speaker, I propose, similar to what the Yukon has said in the CBC article the other day, of which I want to say I was really excited to see someone else is thinking similar in the lines, is what if we put a non-binding question to the people of the North for guidance and asking them, would this help engagement? Would this create more belief in our system? A preferential balloting system may not be perfect, but now we're getting closer to perfect. Mr. Speaker, again, voting apathy is high, engagement is low, and we can keep trying to shake the box and expect different results, but maybe sometimes we've got to start thinking out of the box and finding a different method to engage our citizens to get a better result. At the end of the day, this is a caucus decision, an assembly decision. There is no one minister who will take responsibility for this, and as such, Mr. Speaker, you're off the hook for questions today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Milne Centre. You would have probably got a lot of no's from me. Member statements. Member from Range Lake.
Mr. Speaker, not only are prospective residents turning away from our territory due to soaring housing costs that prevent them from finding a home, but we're also now losing families long rooted in our communities to a cost of living crisis that is pricing them out of the homes they've lived in for generations. For these families, leaving the North was once unimaginable, but with every power bill, the uneasy reality sits in. They may no longer have a choice. Northerners now pay nearly double the national average per kilowatt hour.
We're number one.
Price is exacerbated by the fact we consume far more electricity than those in southern provinces. While it's true the North often ranks higher on price indexes due to our vast and remote geography and challenging climate, this is no justification when we now not only pay significantly more than Yukon, but have officially surpassed Nunavut to hold the unfortunate title of having the most unaffordable electricity rates in the country. Hey. This summer, I've heard again and again from constituents, and the summer just started, Mr. Speaker, who are looking forward to the relief from the milder weather. Usually, that relief usually brings to their pocketbooks a time when they can unplug their vehicles and turn down the heat. Yet despite their optimism, they've been afforded no such break. Many are still facing power bills well over $500 a month. The minister has stated repeatedly that she has protected these families and all Northerners from steeper rate hikes. But what comfort does that offer when their bills remain unimaginable and further increases loom on the horizon? Reducing the pace of these increases isn't enough. We need lower energy prices outright. Otherwise, in a cruel twist of irony, the government might solve our housing shortage not by building more homes, but by triggering an exodus of Northerners in search of affordable living elsewhere. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Member statements. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a constituent reached out to me recently to share their concern and disappointment at the lack of midwifery services in Yellowknife. She found out she was pregnant at the end of January and contacted me to share her experience so far. What should be an exciting time for her has been overshadowed by concern and anxiety given the state of healthcare in the capital. She has been on the waiting list for a family doctor for over 4 years now and does not currently have one or assignment to an integrated care team. The standard for prenatal care is to have your pregnancy confirmed by a blood test and be seen in the first trimester, anywhere from 8 to 11 weeks. She never had that blood test and did not see a doctor until she was already at 11 weeks. During her first trimester, she was overwhelmed by anxiety as she felt she had nowhere to go to ask questions. Attempting to get a same-day appointment was next to impossible, and she felt dismissed when she spoke to a nurse via 811. Most of the information she has gotten about prenatal care has come from apps, pregnancy books, and speaking with friends. Mr. Speaker, the internet can be a good place for some health information, but can also be a dangerous source of misinformation and needs to be balanced with professional advice. Mr. Speaker, my constituent has a friend in Alberta who is also pregnant, where midwives are offered and covered by provincial health care, and their experiences could not be more different. Her friend has access to a midwife whom she can text 24/7 for advice, and she feels strongly supported. My constituent can't help but wonder if she should be considering moving somewhere she knows this kind of support is available. Mr. Speaker, I don't want residents to be forced to consider this kind of choice. If the government wants people to feel confident in their choice to make this territory their home and start families here, they need to feel supported by and confident in our healthcare system. Midwifery services are a critical component of primary care. The need for this service is not going away, nor is the demand for it, which is why it keeps coming up in the House again and again, and will continue to until we have established a program which offers access to midwifery in all of our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. Member statements. Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I want to talk about the upcoming Arctic Development Expo taking place in Inuvik from June 17th to the 19th. Mr. Speaker, this show was established in 2001, which is their 24th year, if my math is correct. Certainly it started out as the Inuvik Petroleum Show, as some may remember, in anticipation of the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline at the time. And back when the show first began, we had as many as 600 delegates attending in Inuvik, which was certainly an exciting time and also a great economic boon, obviously, for the region. It's an opportunity for governments, territorial governments, federal governments, Indigenous governments, NGOs to get together and discuss issues that are facing us all. This year's theme, Mr. Speaker, is preparing for our future in a changing Arctic, and certainly on the heels of the Western Premiers Conference that was held here in our capital, and the Premier spoke to that this morning. Certainly the timing is good, and if you look at the agenda, the themes that will be discussed up there are certainly very similar to what was discussed amongst the Premiers today here in Yellowknife. Some of the discussions, Mr. Speaker, I know Minister Wozniak will be making a keynote presentation on GNWT strategic infrastructure. I know our Premier will be sending in his opening remarks as well. It does coincide with the Council of Leaders, so the Premier won't be able to attend, but certainly we appreciate him being able to give some opening comments. Other people attending, other discussions will be around critical infrastructure for Arctic security, discussions on affordable energy and efficient Arctic housing, sovereignty and security in a changing Arctic, as well as Senators Anderson from the NWT and Senator Duncan from the Yukon Territory will be in attendance to discuss Arctic security and sovereignty planning. So again, very, very similar to what we've been discussing in this House, and certainly what the Premier has been bringing forward as well. So super excited, Mr. Speaker. I wish Mayor Clarkson, his council, his amazing staff, and a group of volunteers that it takes to put this show on every year, every success. Inuvik has been great in pivoting as we moved away from the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline project into other areas around energy and around developing the Arctic, and the show has been a huge success every year because of that. So wish them all the best, and look forward to seeing hopefully some of you there. If not, they do live stream it, and I have a copy of the agenda if you'd like to have it. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Inuvik-Boot Lake. Member statement. Member from the Sahtu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, staffing shortages in Yellowknife often make headlines, but the strain is even greater in the smaller remote communities. A national shortage of healthcare professionals, compounded by distance, limited housing, leaves many healthcare centers and health cabins understaffed and residents waiting. Earlier this month, the Minister of Health and the Public Administrator of the Health Authority released a work plan centered on access, sustainability, governance, and streamline the administration, all viewed through a small community lens. Planning is essential. That plan now guides the next steps of our health system as they work to make major improvements before the end of this assembly. My preference is sooner, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to hear that work is underway by both the Department of Health and Health Authority to improve access to care in our small communities. We hear on the news about staffing complaints in the capital, and I don't want to downplay those concerns. But some of our small communities don't even have access to the community health nurse every day. In some of our smallest communities, health and social services staff only visit the community on a rotational basis, and the frequency of those visits is often impacted by staffing levels in the rest of the region. Mr. Speaker, the Minister and the new Public Health Administrator have shared their work plan to make improvements that aims to address access to care in small communities. Part of that plan is intended to address recruitment and retention across the territory. And we know that when our small communities are adequately staffed, pressure eases on the regional centers and on the territorial hospital, which benefits the entire system. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
The member from the Sawtooth. The member from Sawtooth is seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Hearing no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to seeing the Minister's plan unfold. I look forward to seeing improvements in our small communities. I understand there are complex challenges and there is no quick fix, but I believe the Minister's focus on access to care and services in small communities is the right one. And I'm very hopeful that in addressing this, we'll build a better, stronger healthcare system for all NWT residents.
Hear, hear. Thank you, member from the Sawtooth. Member statement. Member from Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to talk about proper channels. GNWT employees, including frontline health workers, are often told if you have a concern, you have to go through the proper channel. Don't take it to the political level, don't take it to the media, and that's all well and good until that refrain is used as an excuse not to do anything, or not to take responsibility, or to make staff who are already overwhelmed chase after yet another manager or fill out yet another form. Sometimes staff have already gone through every channel available to them, and no solution has been communicated back to them, and the emergency is looming and they see no relief coming. And sometimes the proper channel doesn't even exist in the first place. And those staff who really care have to fight to create a brand new channel. I've spoken to nurses who were around back in 1988 when the Public Service Act was first created. Nurses fought then against being forcibly incorporated into the Union of Northern Workers under one big collective agreement. They took it all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada, and they lost, because the court at that time said, if you don't like it, your proper channel is to go lobby your MLAs, get them to change the law so you get the bargaining agent that you want. Ironically, that's exactly what NWT nurses have been doing recently. And we are being told that actually that's not the proper channel at all, that they need to go through their existing union, go through HR, go through the government. Mr. Speaker, there are no proper channels to effect this change. We have legislated a monopoly. The law gives all the power to the UNW to speak for public service employees and no power to employees themselves to choose their bargaining agent. No power to important groups such as nurses, who will always be a minority within the broader UNW. Mr. Speaker, if the only proper channel is to convince the group that's currently guaranteed a monopoly to voluntarily give up some of its power, then that is not a proper channel at all. And that's not the UNW's fault. The legislation is the problem. We need to stop scolding our staff for doing things the wrong way and get busy creating new proper channels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member from Mophie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need strong wellness supports in the Northwest Territories, specifically Indigenous and elder-led counseling in the community counseling program. Mr. Speaker, our elders have knowledge, strength, and teaching that have sustained our communities through the trauma of colonization and the loss of language and culture. Yet too often, elders are left out of discussions when the government is putting systems in place to support our people. Mr. Speaker, many Indigenous people are struggling with intergenerational trauma and the ongoing impacts of residential schools. We need our elders and traditional knowledge. Counseling and mental health supports are good to have, but they do not meet all the cultural and spiritual needs of our communities. Mr. Speaker, when we sit with elders and they speak their language, when we hear their traditional stories, we begin to reconnect with who we are. We find strength. People who are struggling find hope, and they find healing that is grounded in the land and our values. We need to recognize the importance of traditional knowledge systems, supporting language revitalizations, and ensuring elders are able to provide counseling to those in need. I will have a question for the Minister of Health and Social Services at appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Mophie. Member statements. Colleagues, Fort Simpson is fortunate to have participants in sports programs step up and new coaches developing athletes. These youth are stepping up, volunteering their time, and giving back to younger kids so they can learn new motor skills, have opportunities, build relationships, skills, and travel. They are great role models for the younger generation as they are leaders and support for these athletes. They prepare coaching plans, run practices, give feedback, fundraise, organize travel and accommodations, enter competitions, and spend hours supporting the kids they coach. They exemplify what it means to be a capable Northerner and make our community proud. Fort Simpson Speed Skating Club is very lucky to have past skaters return to help coach and develop the current skaters in the club. This past winter, Ava Erasmus joined Fort Simpson Speed Skating coaching staff. Ava, now 20, has skated with the club since she was 7. After a couple of years absence as she went to university, Ava has returned bringing her skills, fun, and hardworking values to share with our skaters. Madison Pilling, also a former club skater, returned to coaching here after going to university. Madison brings her technical and race skills along with innovative training techniques to support and develop our skaters. Both Madison and Ava are looked up to by the young skaters who work hard for them and enjoy spending time with them, so much that they're planning a summer bike trip team. Soccer players in grade 4 to 7 are lucky to have Gombe Josie coach them twice a week since late August. Gombe is in grade 11 student at the LK Littleco Regional High School in Fort Simpson. Gombe saw the need to increase practice time and skill development to have the LKFN kids last year's trip to Super Soccer. On her own, she decided to dedicate her time and efforts to help those young athletes improve these skills. In the past 2 months, she's faced roadblocks along the way in helping these kids. However, she's persevered, which shows her capability and strength. Not only has she done hours of coaching, but she's also fundraised for soccer gear for the kids, uniforms, and travel. Gambé is a great leader. The effort and dedication positively impacts of these young women are very much appreciated in Fort Simpson. We look forward to seeing what they and their athletes will do in the future. I'd like you to give them a big round of applause for giving back to the community and the sports they love. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral question. Recognition is in the gallery. Member from Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Ms. Denise McKee, the Executive Director of the NWT Disability Council, who's joining us here today in the gallery. As we begin National Accessibility Week today, I want to acknowledge and commend her leadership and the Council's partnership with GNWT, which continues to advance inclusion and support for people with disabilities across our territories. Welcome to the House, Ms. McKee. Thank you.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Great Slate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to recognize CEO of the NWT Disability Council, Ms. Denise McKee, who is my constituent. Thank you for being with us here today.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Member from Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize Sheila Leahy. She's a registered nurse practitioner, and resident of Yellowknife South, and also a long-term advocate for her profession. Thank you.
Recognition visitors in the gallery. Member from Yellowknife North.
It's always a surprise today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize first Andrew Gregory, who is the clinical coordinator at the emergency room and intensive care unit at Stanton Hospital, a Yellowknife North constituent, and also to recognize Saqib Siddiqui, another registered nurse with Local 11 and the UNW. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. I have a couple. One is Tega Conley from the Mackenzie Delta. Thank you very much for being here. As well, I was told if I did not do this, I would get in trouble. So, and this is from a former member, Mr. Rocky Simpson. He would like me to recognize Betty Simpson here, the Premier's mom, the one that is making sure he's doing a great job here today. So thank you very much for being here. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. If we missed anyone in the gallery today, welcome to your chamber. I hope you enjoy the proceeding. It's always nice to see people in the gallery, and we would like to thank you very much for allowing us to represent the people of Northwest Territories for the 20th Assembly. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have questions for the Minister responsible for the NWT Power Corp. Perhaps we can start with the update with respect to the overall Tolson project. And when I refer to update, maybe some timelines including costing. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister, yes, Minister from NTPC. Sorry, I had a note that I got sidetracked.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always very happy to talk about the Tolson project that we have underway right now. This is a project that is a partnership amongst the GNWT as one member of the MOU, but our other members are the communities and nations that are around the Walsh watershed region, so Acacho First Nation, Salt River First Nation, and Northwest Territories Métis Nation. We sit regularly. We had a steering committee meeting just before session commenced, and it was an opportunity for us to reaffirm commitment to the project, met with the Canada Infrastructure Bank, in fact, at that time, and had an opportunity to discuss a next step, which would be actually creating sort of project company or a project co, and to determine then what kind of financial arrangement we might be able to find ourselves in order to take this on to its next steps. Mr. Speaker, I don't know that there has been a public release of any preliminary budgetary information at this point. I'm not going to take that step here on the floor. Certainly would be happy to come back to committee and provide an in-camera briefing, but also can certainly assure the House that we are working towards getting, as I said, a project company into an existence, and that would be a major next step for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister responsible for NTPC. Member from Milne Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is the minister able to provide any detail to the first question asked, which was, can she provide some specifics around the costing and timing? And I'll be very clear, Mr. Speaker, referring to what is the anticipated project cost, and when would we expect something to actually prove to fruition in the sense of come online? Thank you.
Member from Milne Centre. Minister responsible for NWT Power Corp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said in response to the first series of questions, this is not a project where there is, to my recollection, a firm budget that's been provided publicly, and this is not the place to be doing that. But, Mr. Speaker, with respect to timelines, the second question of the second question, Mr. Speaker, we are still working towards having this system online for 2033. Quite a lot of things do have to fall into place. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, there are legacy issues surrounding the original Tolson Dam that date back to the 1960s and 70s, and that is a first priority for myself and for the other nation members of the MOU. But beyond that, the next step that we are in, Mr. Speaker, is to get this project in for an EA. We are hopeful to have that work done over this fall. Individual members of the MOU are each taking on parts. For example, YKDFN are looking at where the line might land here on the north side of the lake, while the nations from the south side are looking at where it might begin. So that work is well underway, and we're looking forward to being able to go into an EA again as soon as possible so that we can move forward to regulatory proceedings thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister responsible, NWT Power Corp. Final supplementary. Member from Milne Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to sort of give a quantum as to what it's worth versus what it's time versus how much Ottawa is giving. Like, we don't know, and that's kind of the question that being asked, because I don't even know if we should be pursuing the Tolson project, given the fact that, remember, it doesn't go far back that the Mackenzie Valley pipeline dream died because it was studied to death, and by the time, so Mr. Speaker, my question really is focused in on, is this the right opportunity? Because I've heard the Tolston project when I came in the House in 2003. So to shorten up to a strict question, Mr. Speaker, could the government consider, or has the government ever considered maybe bringing power north from Alberta, because they have a much simpler and straightforward regulatory regime that's interested in being in business and getting things done? Thank you.
Member from Milne Centre. Minister responsible for NWT Power Corp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, I would be very happy to appear in front of committee. In fact, perhaps public briefing would be most appropriate to be able to give much more lengthy answers to all of these questions. This is an opportunity with this project to connect 70% of the population of the Northwest Territories to hydro. It's an opportunity to take advantage of energy that is spilling over at the current facility in the Tolson Dam. It's an opportunity to link our grids, which are currently disconnected grids, which is a huge problem for our energy costs and for the sustainability and reliability of our system. And Mr. Speaker, yes, we certainly have looked at running power lines south, both in towards Saskatchewan, down towards Alberta. Transmission lines do not come cheap. They're into the several hundreds of thousands of dollars per kilometre. And so, Mr. Speaker, with that, this opportunity to advance the project with partners from this watershed, and one that has a sustainable and reliable source of power. Yes, Mr. Speaker, in my view, it certainly is an important project. We're farther along than we ever have been, and I think we're in a good place to move it forward and see some significant progress in the life of this government. Thank you.
The Minister responsible for NT Power Corp. Oral questions. Member from the Sud 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following up on my statement today, my first question to the Minister of Health and Social Services is I'm glad to see the Minister's focus on improving care and services in the small communities. Will she commit to creating and implementing clear service standards that make community members can expect as part of the work her department's doing? Merci.
Thank you, Member from the Sud 2. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, within Health and Social Services, their core services standards do exist throughout the Northwest Territories, but right now what's happening is we are reviewing those and focusing on updating a lot of those core service standards to ensure better supports and guidance for Health and Social Services authorities implementing these standards, and that's one of the things that we are focusing on. And hopefully that these recommendations from that review will help to move these next steps forward by this summer, that we will have that finalized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from the Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for that information and reply. My next question to the Minister is, the work plan developed with the Public Administrator promises improvements to the healthcare system within the year. What specific recruitment and retention targets, such as vacancy rate reductions, will the Minister use to measure success in small and remote communities, and will she report those results publicly? Masi.
Member from the Sudbury, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we will be publishing right shortly is the People Strategy, which goes into detail on our updated plan for recruitment and retention that's guided by feedback from staff and residents. I'm looking forward to being able to brief Standing Committee on that strategy. While the success of this strategy will not be seen instantly, it aims for this as to be continuous improvement and feedback from the staff. So one of the things with part of the question is assessing the progress in small and remote communities. So one of the key areas that we are striving to document is these vacancy rates. So in these frontline positions, so how long it takes to fill these positions, as well as responses to exit surveys when employees leave our system, and we can use this data to compare quarter to quarter, year to year, and so that we can see whether things are improving with the People's strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from the Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for that information. My last question. In my statement, I noted that fully staffed small communities relieve pressure on regional centres, on the territorial hospital as well. How will the Minister's Department track and report the systems-wide impact? Masi.
Member from the Sudbury for the final question. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while there's limited access to care in small communities, patients often have to travel elsewhere. And with our limited, members of this House have brought up many times other alternative measures that we are looking at right now as virtual care, and also with the public administrator going into each of the regions to seeing what is actually needed and what can be implemented as soon as possible in those small communities that could help promote the health of the people in those communities while reducing their need to always have to travel into the regional centres. While improving service delivery and access is essential, I totally agree that we need to make sure to track the progress and impacts of those improvements. So our ongoing work to strengthen service in small communities includes building a robust, more monitoring and reporting tools, because that's something that we in health we continue to just go and find ways to resolve the issues, and then we don't usually do a good thing because we're a 365-day year. So those are things that we are working on. So the tools will allow us to measure performance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as members are aware, the business community and newcomer community in Yellowknife are very anxious about expiring work permits. Can the Minister please share what provisions she is seeking from the new federal government on drastically reduced allotment of spaces in the NWT nominee program? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from Great Slave. I'm assuming the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a starter, I am seeking that our allotment of 300 be restored with greater flexibility. This has been communicated in a letter, and I intend to travel to Ottawa as soon as we're done session so that I can continue that conversation in person. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that. I'm glad that she's seeing the urgency on this. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister elaborate if she's working with her Cabinet colleagues to ensure information about critical service extensions, such as driver's license and healthcare access, is being made accessible to organizations that support newcomers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Great Slave. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Both myself at a political level and also at an officials level, the government is working to ensure that we are unified in support. Sometimes we do receive outreach from newcomers who do require supports, and we're always, as MLAs, happy to provide it. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Final supplementary. Member from Great Slave.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that. Will she be speaking to her federal counterpart about the need for newcomer services specifically, not just permanent residents? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Great Slave. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to share with the House today some greater detail of what I have started the conversation with the federal minister. That includes restoring our nominee allocation with greater flexibility. It also includes engaging directly with Northern stakeholders. Nothing beats hearing a personal story from a Northerner to help understand our Northern and territorial context. It also includes extending the GNWT, or working with the GNWT to extend work permits to people working in the territory and increase investment in settlement services. And one of the things I hear greatly about is that there are gaps in how we can apply those settlement services in the territory. So that conversation is not only around increasing supports, but also broadening supports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Oral questions. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier in the day, my constituents are very frustrated with the high cost of power in the Northwest Territories. We have a limited rate base, and we keep squeezing them because there's nowhere else to charge. So does the minister have some concrete policy proposals, infrastructure investments, or other forms of change that we can bring to our power system to give Northerners some relief, because they're tired of paying these bills and it's driving people out of their homes, as I said. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Range Lake. Minister of NTPC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the energy systems of the Northwest Territories are in dire need of significant nation-scale investment. We need the federal government to be paying attention to the situation we find ourselves in. Residents across this territory are facing not only the high costs that they currently pay, that is already significantly subsidized by the GNWT just to keep the power bills where they are. Mr. Speaker, we are not alone. The Yukon right now is proposing a 34% increase to their power bills. Nunavut pays an even larger subsidy than we do on their power bills to keep their bills lower for residents. That doesn't solve the problem, Mr. Speaker. This is a national scale problem. We're not on the North American energy grid. We're on our own. We have almost 20-some different individual microgrids, Mr. Speaker. And so we need the federal government to look at us, to look at projects like Tolson that will start to link our systems, that will look at some of the micro hydro projects that are being examined by Indigenous governments on their lands, and frankly to consider whether or not there's some other pilot projects that are happening elsewhere in Canada that need to happen in the north so that they're regulated for the northern climate, northern context, and can be brought online to actually fundamentally change the systems that we're in. That's how we're going to get this problem solved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Responsible for NTPC. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my honourable friend from Yellowknife Centre talked about the challenges of the Tolson project and perhaps the optimism around it that might not be realized. And certainly, these are large-scale infrastructure. So she said projects that will take time and investment to pull off, and of course, federal investment. Hopefully, our Northern Prime Minister understands that. Nunavut pays more in subsidies. Will the minister increase the power rate subsidies to give Northerners a break? Thank you.
Member from Range Lake, Minister responsible for NTPC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are still currently in this process of a general rate application that was required by the Public Utilities Board. So at this point, we are waiting to see what the Public Utilities Board comes back with. We are also then very much eagerly anticipating the response of the Public Utilities Board to the 13 different policy proposals that we have put forward as a government to look at ways to change and improve the overall structure and system of the GNWT or of the Northwest Territories power systems. And that includes looking at things like power systems plannings and how people might be able to have net metering changes and communities can enter into independent power producer arrangements. Those are all things that will start to change the way that we are operating. But again, at the moment, I'm waiting on the Public Utilities Board, and I'm sure they are diligently doing their work. Thank you.
Minister responsible for NCPC. Final supplementary. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of the net metering policy is long overdue, so I hope the board agrees with the minister, because we could have had some cheaper renewables a long time ago if we had had a more favorable rate like they have in Yukon. So we're in 2025, Mr. Speaker. We have AI technology. We have new technologies. There's lots of companies out there who are promising to save this government money by implementing some new systems and new RFPs. Will the minister look to the many, many options out there of AI and new emerging technology companies that can provide cheaper power with our current systems? They can optimize their systems to lower the costs, which will result in lower rates for Northerners. So will the minister commit to looking to those solutions? Thank you.
From Rangeley. Minister responsible for NTPC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, always happy to look at other options. There is a wealth of change happening in the energy space. Everything from AI-managed battery technology that can look to optimize the battery systems and to the actual management of a diesel, even a diesel generator, all the way over to microhydro or micronuclear, which is just really tiny little facilities, not on a scale that we would have before seen, that are still only at a piloting stage. So the short answer is yes, Mr. Speaker, and the longer answer is we need to make sure that which of these solutions we choose is one that's properly geared to the Northwest Territories, to the Arctic, and that's where we need the federal government to be our partners, because getting technology brought up to speed for the North isn't always something that's on their radar. It needs to be on their radar too. Thank you.
Responsible for NCPC. Oral questions. Member for Mophie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Indigenous elder-led counseling is not just a service, it is a lifeline. If we require every mental health worker to have a clinical degree, then we may be regulating some of the elders out of a job. With that in mind, Mr. Speaker, how many elders or Indigenous counselors are employed as part of the community counseling program? Thank you.
Member for Mophie. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have that level of detail with me, but I can get back to the member with those numbers. Thank you.
For Minister of Health and Social Services. Member for Mophie.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my understanding that some small communities do not have regular in-person access to counselors who provide mental health supports. What steps is the department taking to address these gaps and ensure equitable access to this free service to all small communities across the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mophie. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we do provide mental health counseling across the Northwest Territories. However, there are some vacancies in some regions and that we continue to struggle with. As many of our counselors within our program, as the member has said, that they are clinical counselors and they should have be able to register, and we encourage them to register as soon as they're hired on under that, which also then, like the member says, provides a barrier. Some of the people that have been working in our system for years. But we do provide virtual telephone counseling and fly-in services to those communities that do need it. And then when there is something going on in the community, usually the leadership will reach out to the department and we will arrange to have counselors go into those communities when there are things going on. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member for Mophie.
I should touch base on some of them, but I will ask this question. What is the GNWT doing to work with small communities that are currently without a counselor to address these vacancies. Thank you.
Thank you, Member from Wolfe. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to, you know, I'm not going to repeat my answer, and what I will say is that with the Indigenous governments, you know, we do sit at the Council of Leaders, we do have bilaterals, we do have the Community Wellness and Recovery Fund that we do encourage Indigenous groups to access if they want to provide other, you know, traditional counseling, traditional elders with their traditional healing aftercare. So I do know that many of our Indigenous groups have been accessing this funding. There are some that we are continuing to work with on being able to access this fund, and this year I think is the first year that it's almost been all used. So that's a good news story that the Indigenous groups are knowing about this and they are accessing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Yonge North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions here are for the Minister of Justice. I would like to ask about charter issues related to the Public Service Act, which specifies currently that all members of the public service by default will be represented by the Union of Northern Workers, or UNW, for the purposes of collective bargaining, except, of course, for the teachers who are represented by the NWT Teachers Association. So my first question is, can the Minister of Justice say whether the Act, as it currently stands, substantially interferes with GNWT employees' rights to freely associate under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, especially in instances where employees may wish to leave the UNW and join or form a new association? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Kat. Okay, colleagues, member from Yonge North, I give you some caution that we do have a bill that we're going to be talking about, so please focus on questions that are not part of the bill. And so, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Attorney General, I'm unable to provide legal advice or legal opinions within the Legislative Assembly, and as such, I will not be able to answer the question regarding the impact to potentially charter rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. Member from Yonge North.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister explain the current legislative process that GNWT employees are supposed to follow if they wish to leave the union and form a new association? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is still requesting a legal opinion from me as the Attorney General, and I am unable to answer that question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Supplementary. Member from Yonge North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I understand that the government intends to go out and do some public engagement with stakeholders prior to making any changes to the Public Service Act. Can the minister explain whether the government intends to offer any guidance or opinions during those public consultations about how the current legislation may interact with charter rights? Will that be part of the public engagement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from Yonge North. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Public Service Act is administered through the Department of Finance, so that question would be certainly more relevant to be directed to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to follow up on my oral questions to the Minister of Justice I had asked last Thursday, and it was with respect to sharing information about a Trespass Act. And he had said there was a pile of work pile's my word, but pile of work that's already been done on this particular initiative. And I had asked him specifically, would they share that information so I could move forward on my own Trespass Act, seeing that the government isn't moving forward swift enough in response to the particular problem. So the question specifically is, again, would the minister be willing to share the background information they've been correlating and getting ready to create a legislative proposal. Would he be willing to share that with my office so we can move forward on this initiative? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yonge Centre. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. No, it was my fault. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated in my answer last week on Thursday, I committed to sharing an update on the current process and where we were at, which the department did share with all of the members of this House on Friday. I am happy to be able to stand up here today and say that I've had a conversation with the Department of Justice this morning, and we have I've directed them to advance the Trespass Act on a more aggressive timeline than I had proposed last week, and that work is underway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is a member from Yonge Centre.
Almost forgot to clap, Mr. Speaker. I was so in shock. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's nice to see government in action is actually 2 words. So it's. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the minister could update us. What does that actually translate into? In other words, what timeline is he now proposing? Thank you.
Member from Yonge Centre, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated last week, the 3 pieces of legislation that we're proposing to advance at a quicker timeline than was originally thought. The Trespass Act is probably the least complex of the 3 pieces of legislation. So my discussion with the department was to move this forward. Obviously, it requires collaboration from all of the members of this House in order to meet the proposed timeline, but we're hoping and shooting to have the bill brought to the floor in the fall sitting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. Final supplementary. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Great Slate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is again for the Minister of ECE. It's my understanding that funds for wage top-ups from the last fiscal year have not made it to all eligible daycare providers as of 2 weeks ago. Can the Minister please explain when providers will be able to provide back pay to their staff? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Great Slate. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that by the end of this week, 49 of 51 retroactive payments will be released, and the remaining 2 Education, Culture and Employment staff are waiting to confirm some necessary information so that the retroactive payments can be issued. So that's in the form of, for example, certifications and such. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Great Slate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's good news, but is that the case for all of the providers? Was it missing information? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Great Slate. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, of the 49 of 51, not everybody has not received. It just means that by the end of the week, we've reached 49 of 51. And so generally for those who had not received, it was reliant on waiting for confirmation of specific information. And if the member has a specific constituents that she would like to follow up on, I would be more than happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Final supplementary. Oral questions. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too wish to turn to the NTNP worker program that we have for foreign workers in the Northwest Territories. We had a town hall a couple months ago. The response was significant, and people are very concerned. So the Yukon has extended their work permits. They were able to do that with their existing relationships with Ottawa. So why are we not able to extend work permits here in the Northwest Territories? This is something that that nominees are asking for. They're desperate. They're very concerned about their future. So why can't we extend the permits here in the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Range Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to see them extended, which is why I have put that into my request to the federal government, and will be traveling to Ottawa next week to follow up on that request. Thank you.
From Range Lake. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've heard from the minister that one of the reasons we can't extend the permits is because we're redeveloping the program for 2026. So can the minister confirm if that information is correct? Because that seems like it's our problem and not the federal government's.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are redesigning the program for 2026, but we do need the federal government's permission to be able to extend work permits. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Final supplementary. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the minister been able to work or look at what's happened in Yukon and crack the code, they were able to do it, so why can't we? That's the fundamental question here. We see another northern jurisdiction with a very similar program that's also maxed out its utilization rate, and they were able to do this. So what is the difference between our program and Yukon's program? Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the Yukon has gone one way and the NWT has gone another way. At this point, what I am doing is I am traveling to Ottawa in order to ascertain what the difference is and how we get to a more equitable place as far as how our immigration program works in the Northwest Territories. And I very much look forward to having the conversations to talk not only about our allotment, to talk about work permits, and to talk about settlement services, as well as flexibility within the program here in the Territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to follow up on the questions raised by my good colleague from Range Lake. Same subject, same minister. Mr. Speaker, I've been around politics a long time. I'm not going to say I'm the oldest in the sense of this process. Many people have excellent experience around politics in this room, and including the territory. But one thing I've noticed is leadership is about how you define yourself. And sometimes I see people make declarations, and that causes other people to stand up and see how they can respond to it. So in other words, I'm getting at is what would go wrong if the minister said we want those 150 positions back and we're moving on it, and the federal government's job is to accommodate our request? Yes. Could the minister show the leadership and declare we are taking those 150 back? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after the program was changed by the federal government in January, we were immediately advocating for that. The federal minister traveled here to the Northwest Territories last summer and heard firsthand the experiences of local businesses in the territory and the labor demands in the Northwest Territories. So they're very well aware of what it is that we need. We again laid out why we need these allocations. We laid out why we need them returned. I will continue to do so, but I cannot give out allocations that I do not have. We administer a federal government's program here in the Northwest Territories. I do not have an allocation. I do not have a permanent resident allocation to give somebody if the federal government has not given it to us. Thank you.
Mr. Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Mr. Speaker, a couple things there were a little on the confusing side, and that's how I'll describe it. First of all, it's the old government, not the current government. Second of all, it's the allotment change, not the program. Mr. Speaker, the refugee deal wasn't taken. So, Mr. Speaker, on this meeting that she claims to have, why doesn't she extend an olive branch to the members, who are very interested in this, and we go down as a delegation and say, we're going to take the 150 back, and we're going to ask you, Mr. or Mrs. Federal Government, whatever you want to call it, meet us halfway and get us there. Thank you. Why can't the minister do that and get...
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our cabinet, many members will be traveling down to Ottawa to meet with federal ministers, and we intend to travel with representatives of Indigenous governments of this territory. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
So, Mr. Speaker, just to clarify the record, I'm hearing that members don't matter. I'm hearing the only one matters are Indigenous governments and the cabinet. This issue particularly matters to a lot of Northerners, not just in Yellowknife. I got phone calls from Hay River. I know my colleague got phone calls from Inuvik. All these places in the north, it's a northern problem. Mr. Speaker, what is the problem? Well, the minister doesn't like the statement. That's the problem. I wish he'd have that fire in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. Oh, for goodness.
Member from Hay River North.
I could try and quickly find this, but from what I understand, members are allowed to ask a question and 2 supplementary questions. The soliloquy, the monologue can be at the beginning of the first question, but the next 2 are just supplementary, and I believe the members had about 3 member statements in this round of questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Mr. Speaker, his point of order was intended to interrupt me. You are the judge, Mr. Speaker, on that process, and there is no defined finite rule on it. There is a framework of conversation around it, and hence, it was just to interrupt the flow. He's told me this himself. Thank you. Another?
Member from Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the member imputed motive twice in that statement, saying that the reason that I called the point of order was not to bring order to the House, but to just to interrupt him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Hay River North. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to make it real simple. I've asked you to do your supplement or your questions, supplementary, have your little talk, and then your little preamble to begin with, and then your questions to follow through on it. That's the same with the ministers. I've asked you to focus on your answers and move forward. So I would ask the member from Yellowknife Centre to refrain from asking or telling a preamble before each question. Please and thank you. Imputed motive. Member from Yellowknife, sorry. I need a quick second on this one. The second one, member from Yellowknife, Hay River North, talked about motive to it. Basically, member from Yellowknife Centre, will you withdraw the comment, please?
Well, I'm not here to hurt his feelings, so I'll withdraw it. Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre. Yellowknife Centre, to your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was proceeding to my point, I thank you, I'm getting at is why doesn't the minister engage members as being part of the solution rather than this wall of we know everything and stay out of our way? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister, Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the information that I have that empowers me as minister and a role that I carry because of the trust of the majority of this House was to do my job. Part of my job is traveling to Ottawa. Part of my job is also talking to stakeholders. Stakeholders in this case have been very open about what it is they're looking for. That formed the letter. That is what I am now taking to Ottawa. It is also worth saying, Mr. Speaker, that the Constitution gives the federal government exclusive jurisdiction over immigration. They have allowed us as provincial and territorial governments to administer parts of that program for them, but I cannot change the Constitution because a member wants me to. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask some questions of the Minister of Health and Social Services about nurse practitioners. So I've heard from many nurse practitioners in the NWT who report not being able to practice to their full scope, and certainly we have a lot of gaps in our system that we need filled, and there might be potential for nurse practitioners to fill some of those roles. So My first question is, what is the NTHSSA or Health and Social Services doing to ensure that nurse practitioners can practice to their full scope and ability? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Mr. Speaker would be kind enough to let me respond to this, I might need a little bit more time, but if not, then you can let me know, because I think a lot of these answers, to fully understand how nurses are regulated, are going to take a lot more time than I have left. So what I will say is that nurse practitioners are regulated through CAN. The nurse practitioner scope of practice is defined by legislation and applies to standards of practice through CAN. Operationally, nurse practice is aligned with the role for which they are hired. So, example, a nurse practitioner working in renal care would be expected to practice to their fullest scope within that area of practice. However, this might look quite different for a nurse practitioner working in primary care. I have a lot more information to answer that. I'll be glad to share that with the member and all the members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do look forward to further discussion on this. I understand it's somewhat of a complex topic. But before the team-based approach, nurse practitioners working in primary care in the NWT had their own patients assigned to them. On the current teams, though, the nurse practitioners are not allowed to be the most responsible provider. In some cases, patients have been forced to break their connection with the NP who used to be their provider. So is the NTHSSA planning to allow nurse practitioners to take on the role of most responsible provider once again? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as this has only been implemented in the capital through the primary care clinic, the team-based approach, we are currently, rolling it out in different areas of the territory. But in Yellowknife Region right now, the nurse practitioners on the team do provide a full care with their scope to patients that are assigned to them. From the moving to from the old clinic space to the Kliwa-Gonti, as it relates to nurse practitioners, practice has not reduced their scope, and historically, nurse practitioners have not had patients specifically paneled to them on their team. But they were part of that panel, and when they changed the paneling, there was a lot of the patients that were working with certain nurse practitioners and physicians were paneled together, so that way those changes could extend. But however, with the model of care with primary care, it is basically through that team approach is to be seeing the best health professional that is to their need. And then if it needs to be bumped up to a nurse practitioner or to the physician, that would happen through that plan of care. Again, we can have this more further information and conversation so I don't eat up the clock. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm also told that nurse practitioners are only allocated about $2,000 a year for continuing education, but it often costs significantly more than that to keep up the professional development training they need to fulfill their license requirements. So how will the NTHSSA ensure that nurse practitioners are allocated a sufficient professional development allowance that reflects their level of responsibility and expertise? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to say, this type of feedback is the valued feedback that we have received, and that we are examining ways to increase professional development support. With right now, what we have is the PDI, which is a fixed current funding envelope for all healthcare staff. However, allocating more to the nurse practitioners in this right now would actually decrease it to the other health practitioners that are in this. The program is it's actually related to their jurisdiction. So whether you live in Yellowknife, you may get $2,000 where a core of our nurse practitioners are. So that's why the member may be saying there's a cap. But for instance, if you live in the Beaufort Delta, you get additional because it'll take into account the cost maybe to travel to access some training that they may be required to do. However, this has been taken in account, and we are trying to find ways to work it into our new people strategy to look at all of the professionals. We even have a nurse practitioner lead that is looking at job descriptions to ensure that, you know, the things that are needed and to be able to provide in-house training as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know I spy some healthcare workers in the gallery, so I thought I'd ask some healthcare questions to the Minister of Health and Social Services. Will the Minister of Health and Social Services give her guarantee to this House that Stanton Hospital's emergency department will have an emergency physician physically present for all times this summer, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Thank you.
From Range Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, within the with the member's question, what I can say, as the schedule as developed, we have been scheduling physicians, emergency room physicians. Beyond what the development of the schedule is, I would have to get back to the member as the schedule is developed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Health and Social Services. Member for Range Lake.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That didn't sound like a guarantee, and I'd like to, perhaps we can see the schedule at some point, but that might be breaching operational concerns. But I will ask this. If we can't get a guarantee, what is the minister's answer to a patient who arrives at Stanton ER for emergency treatment? There's no emergency physician. What does the minister want them to do to get emergency care? Thank you.
From Range Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when any Northwest Territories resident arrives to any health facility, they are triaged, and especially in the emergency, there is the triage, the CTAS, that every patient is triaged. And so based on what their complaints are and what they're coming in for, then that is what designates their priority. If their symptoms or something change while they're waiting, they're encouraged to go back to the registrar and have a nurse reassess them. There are, and I think what I would like to say is that the staff that are working in emergency, and I hear what the members are saying, and I'm not trying to sugarcoat it. They're working hard, and yes, there's a lot of things going on. There's medevacs coming in. There's physicians on the phone with small communities, while there's people sitting in the waiting rooms. The struggles that we've heard of accessing appointments and things like that, those are all on the list. Those are things that they're currently, working with. I've had conversations with the PA just as recent as today on an update on the primary care clinic. So there are ongoing things that they're continuously trying to improve in the capital to improve the lives of the residents here as well as outside of Yellowknife. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Range Lake.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to hear that we're talking about the whole territory and not pitting regions against each other. To that end, we know that the Inuvik Hospital often suffers very similar shortages in staff. Can the minister guarantee to this House that labour and delivery services at the Inuvik Hospital will remain open over the summer, preventing moms and their families from traveling to Yellowknife or farther to have their babies? Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Range Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this was one of the reasons why, we have anesthetists, we have physicians we have to have the backup for cesarean sections to be able to provide services for labor and delivery. And, our physicians also need to go on vacation. So with the new locum rates, we're hoping that we can encourage locum anesthetics and, and GPs to come up to help with our physicians so that they can take the time off that they need, as well as the nurses. As long as I've been in Inuvik, the nurses that provide the obstetrics are our local core, the ones that live there, they have their families there, and they need their time off too. So we will work by using any means to be able to keep that services open. However, we need to ensure that we have the staff there to do it safely. So what I'm committing to is to making sure that we are providing safe obstetric services. And if it becomes where we do not have a service, then, we will have to transition to Yellowknife. Right now, I haven't had that, so hopefully that doesn't change over the summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow up with a further question with the Minister of EC&E. So we've been told by elected officials outside of this House that the Minister has been offered 150 nominees if the GNWT demonstrates their utilization rates for asylum seekers, Mr. Speaker, through the program. Basically, take 150 refugees and get 150, and just to be clear, take 50 refugees and get 150 nominees. Can the Minister confirm this? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have discussed this previously on the floor of the House. That was an offer from the previous minister in the previous government. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Member for Milne Centre.
Mr. Speaker, old government, new government, good offer, bad offer, I don't know. So why did the minister refuse the 50 refugees so we couldn't get the opportunity for the 150 nominees? Thank you.
Member for Milne Centre. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've just heard a number of round of questions about the strain on our healthcare system in this territory. One of the questions in my response to the federal government, and I think it's worth saying that I never refused it, but I did ask questions. I did say, can you give me information on those 50 asylum seekers and what type of services they would require in the Northwest Territories? Because we would be required to address them and provide them. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Final supplementary. Member from Milne Centre.
Mr. Speaker, is the minister supportive of the program to get the nominees, and what's wrong with getting 50 refugees? It will help solve our economic crisis here we're having in the Northwest Territories and all our communities, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, would the minister write the federal minister responsible for this file and take the 50 refugees so we can get the 150 nominees?
Thank you, member from Milne Centre. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the offer was for 50 asylum seekers, and at times asylum seekers can require additional services. And so what I needed to know for my colleagues who would be in departments that would be required to respond is what type of services would we be obliged to provide, and what level of service would be expected. I never received response to those questions. I never received a response asking what type of supports we would receive to be able to provide those services to asylum seekers. So I was definitely in the conversation, but as we all know, the federal government did go into an election period, never received a response, and I intend to continue the conversation on immigration for the Northwest Territories next week in Ottawa. Thank you.
Minister of Health, or Education, Culture and Employment. Supplementary. Member from Milne North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My next set of questions are for the Minister responsible for the Public Service, also the Minister of Finance. So the NWT Medical Association has been advocating for interest-based negotiations as a way to ensure that the collective bargaining process can be focused on areas of common ground and the outcomes that everyone wants, which is ultimately a better healthcare system. In the winter sitting, I had asked the Finance Minister about the government's position on interest-based negotiations, and the response was that the government would look into it. So is there any update from the Minister on any decision that the government has made whether or not to enter into interest-based negotiations with the NWT Medical Association? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Milne North. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. In fact, there is a bit of an update. We are later, I guess not quite this month, early in June, Department of Finance officials and staff from NWTMA will be together going and doing a workshop that helps investigate and helps learn about what interest-based negotiation might look like, and so we can see where that process takes us. Thank you.
Minister of Finance. Member from Milne North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that is encouraging to know that the government has agreed to participate in the workshop. Is there a time by which the government will have to confirm or decide, indicating to the NWT Medical Association that it is willing to go forward and enter into these style of negotiations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Milne North. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're not under a deadline per se, Mr. Speaker. There will be a new round of bargaining that will commence when the collective agreement that we're under comes to its conclusion, which is in 2026. So that I suppose is the deadline. But as far right now, the next step really is to go to this two-day workshop and to engage really collaboratively with both parties there to determine whether or not that's going to be the process we use. Lots of time between now and 2026 to put that into place if that's the path that we go down. Thank you.
Minister of Finance. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife North.
Nothing further.
Sorry. Oral questions. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was meeting with a constituent over the weekend and learned that their child is having trouble accessing gender-affirming care. Can the minister explain why the government continues to rely on Alberta Health Services to provide Northerners with gender-affirming care when it is well known that many surgeons are unwilling to perform these procedures due to the current political climate in the province? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Range Lake. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the support that we have from Alberta, we have physicians here in the Northwest Territories that do provide this care. It's kind of like MAID. We have some physicians that do provide MAID. We have some physicians that do provide transgender care. That's the safe care for them to access. And within their practitioner, that is where they work with their practitioner on how they move through the system. Alberta currently, there are no surgeries done in Alberta currently, so bottom surgeries and things that are done, there's only one place in Canada that those are done, and those are done in Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from Range Lake.
Well, thank you. I mean, in this case, it is a surgery for gender-affirming care. It is top surgery. But given that Ontario has far more capacity to provide gender-affirming surgeries, why can't our health system send NWT residents there, given the political climate in Alberta is compromising access to timely and appropriate care for those seeking gender-affirming surgeries? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Range Lake. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and everyone is aware that, and I'm not going to speak for Alberta and their rules, and I know that their legislation does speak to puberty blockers before the age of 16 and surgeries before their age 18. So when the member speaks to top surgeries, yes, that's accurate. And also the conversation that I had in person with the minister, and I am going to be going down to Alberta to meet with to schedule a meeting with the health minister there. They have switched portfolios, so there is a new health minister that will be responsible, is to ensure that Northwest Territories residents, whether they're going down there, transgender youth, people that are going down, any 2S LGBT, going to access care in Alberta, that they are going for anything, because that is where our master agreement, where we get services from, that they are going to be safe when they access any types of agreement. They're going to be respected for who they are, and this is an ongoing conversation that I will continue with the Minister of Health in Alberta. However, I did also say on this floor of the House, if there are services that we need to do differently, those are where we take master agreements and we start to look, and those routes have been actually, I've directed the staff to start to look at different routes that is not in Alberta. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Range Lake.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the minister's advocacy, but good luck with that government, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker. So, I mean, if instead of waiting to convince the political, or waiting for one minister from the Northwest Territories to make the political climate in Alberta change, which is unlikely, no offense to the minister, can we just enter into this agreement to get trans youth who need these surgeries, who need this gender-affirming care in other jurisdictions? We know Ontario has developed a bit of a specialty here. Can she reach out and make an agreement with Ontario so my constituent's child can get the care that they so desperately deserve? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Range Lake. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, and I don't want to keep going, but with the youth under 18, if they are looking for top surgeries, that is the route that we are looking at right now. If that is an insured services that Canada does provide, we will find the routes to do that, and the department has been directed to begin looking at that. One thing I would like to say, though, is although, you know, there is direction from the government, it is the healthcare people that actually are on the floor of, you know, when our residents do. It's the nurses. We have nurses that come here from Alberta. We have doctors that come here from Alberta. You know, they have to work within that system that they live there, but they are the ones that are caring and taking care of our patients, and I know that, you know, they will respect and care. Those are the people that I would ensure that, you know, have resident patients. As a healthcare provider, the patients are, you know, who we care of the most. So again, I may not be able to change law in there, but I know that I will continue to work and advocate for the Northwest Territories residents, youth, elders, all residents. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 6 months ago, this Assembly stopped at nothing to approve an initiative brought forward by the Indigenous governments. In their proposal, I believe it was called the NWT-PFP. I'm not sure why it's actually specifically called Project Finance for Permanence, but that said, it must matter. So there was $375 million being offered, and the NWT government potentially could stand in the way if we had dragged our heels. In short, Mr. Speaker, it was about a project of lands and keepers of the land, and I'm giving a simple description of it, but it's never been approved federally. So my question to the minister is where is it to date, and what advocacy is our government doing to get this money approved so it can come into the Northwest Territories to protect the land? Thank you.
From Illinois Centre, Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Our Land for the Future project has had a lot of significant work done from the partners table, all of the preparatory work in order to advance this initiative at the federal level has been complete, and we are currently waiting on an opportunity to meet with the federal government in the coming weeks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Education, or Environment and Climate Change. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Mr. Speaker, is this initiative still really on the table, or is it just we'll call it a paper exercise? So in other words, what indication is the minister getting that this is going to be eventually approved? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this initiative has had significant conversation with the Indigenous leaders and Indigenous governments across the Northwest Territories, as well as our cabinet table. I did speak with our new MP, and she was very aware of the importance of this initiative to the Northwest Territories in general, to conservation, and to our Indigenous governments and organizations that are our partners in this endeavor. And we are certainly have this top of mind and will continue to lobby for its completion through the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a lot out there unpacked, but I didn't hear that they're either in favor of it or against it, anticipate to approve it, or working to approve it, anything of that nature. Can the minister be clear on that initiative? What's the ultimate goal and direction that this department is going to proceed with? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the federal government has just sworn in their new cabinet. Our indications are that they are in favor of continuing with this initiative. And as I said, cabinet will be visiting Ottawa in the coming weeks to continue the discussion and ensure that we get this very important funding approved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Environment and Climate Change. Colleagues, our time is up for oral questions. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 7.27, I have received follow-up information for the following oral questions. 473-20(1), 529-20(1), and 560-20(1). Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Clerk. Oral questions, written questions. What applies to the Commissioner's address, petitions. Reports of committee on the review of bills, reports of committee on review of bills, reports on standing special committees, tabling of documents. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following two documents: Northwest Territories Law Foundation 42nd Annual Report and Legal Aid Commission of the Northwest Territories Annual Report 2023-2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. Tabling of documents. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the statement of consistency with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples for Bill 26-21, an act to amend the Public Service Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife North. Tabling of documents. Notice of motion. Yellowknife, member from Yellowknife North.
Okay, back to me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Wednesday, May 28th, 2025, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Thabacha, that the supplemental recommendation of the Integrity Commissioner in tabled document 330-20(1) be accepted, and that the Legislative Assembly partially reimburse Ms. Patterson for the legal costs she incurred. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife North. Notice of motions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give notice that on Wednesday, May 28th, 2025, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the member for Cam Lake, that Jesse Casebeer of Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, be recommended to the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories for appointment as a member of the Human Rights Adjudication Panel effective June 1, 2025, for a term of 4 years. Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I will seek unanimous consent to deal with this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. Notice of motion. Motion. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to deal with the motion I gave notice of earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you. The member is seeking unanimous consent to deal with the motion given notice earlier today. Are there any nays? There are no nays. The member may proceed with the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas Section 48, brackets 2 of the Human Rights Act provides for the establishment of an adjudication panel composed of at least 3 persons appointed by the Commissioner on the recommendation of the Legislative Assembly, and whereas Section 49, brackets 1 of the NWT Human Rights provides that a member of the adjudication panel holds office during good behavior for a period of 4 years and may be reappointed for subsequent terms, and whereas the Board of Management is tasked with recommending individuals to the Legislative Assembly, and the Legislative Assembly is prepared to make a recommendation to the Commissioner. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the member for Cam Lake, that Jesse Casebeer of Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, be recommended to the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories for appointment as a member of the Human Rights Adjudication Panel effective June 1, 2025, for a period of 4 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yellowknife Centre. Motions. Or in regards to the motion. What? Huh? Questions been called? I'm moving ahead here. All those in favor? Yay. Opposed? Abstention. Motion passed. Motions. Notice of motions for first reading of bills. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Wednesday, May 28th, 2025, I will present Bill 28, an act to amend the Student Financial Assistance Act No. 2, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Notice of motions for first reading of bill. Member from Range Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Wednesday, May 28, 2025, I will present to the House Bill 29, First Responders Workers' Compensation Amendment Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lakes. Notice of motions for first reading of bills. Notice of motions for first reading of bills. Colleagues, being cognitive of the time, we're going to take a brief break to give the translators a break here. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask for unanimous consent to return to number 5, or recognition of visitors in the gallery.
Okay, thank you. You're seeking unanimous consent? Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife North. Member from Yellowknife North is seeking unanimous consent to go back to number 5 on the orders of the day. Any nays? No nays? Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome a number of visitors we have to our gallery today. I want to welcome Yellowknife North constituent Tamara Holiday, a registered nurse, and also one of the leaders with our Local 11. I want to recognize Zach Cody, also Yellowknife North constituent. I want to recognize Alan Lind from Waikiki North and Eamon Lind. And I think there's a number of others who've joined us today. Thank you all so much for taking time out of your day to be part of these debates and discussions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife North. Recognition of visitors of the gallery. Member from Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's always exciting to see people join us in the gallery and listen to proceedings, so thank you to everybody for joining us, but a special thank you to passionate advocate and Kamlaker, Jacques Roberge.
Thank you, member from Kamloops. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Member from Great Slate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for this opportunity. I would also like to welcome to the proceedings my constituents Ben Israel, William Gagnon, and Sarah Hodgsons today. Thank you.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize a couple of constituents, registered nurses who have been reaching out to me, and I certainly appreciate them doing so. Mr. Speaker, Christian Norwick and Jennifer Pitt are in the gallery today, so welcome to them. And if there's any other Frame Lakers I missed, I do apologize. Couldn't see you there. Thank you.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very happy to say we also have Yellowknife South representation in the House here, or quite a number of healthcare professionals from this riding. And with us today is Kayla Gould. And again, if I've missed anyone, because there are so many, I would welcome them to the House as well. Thank you.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize a few people who have been passionate advocates for nurses since this term started. Andrew Gregory, Tad Duquette, and Tamara Holiday. I thank you for being here and bringing your colleagues as well. I know my riding of Range Lake has a great number of healthcare workers. They do so much good work for our communities. They keep us safe. They keep our families well, and I want to thank you all and recognize your service to our communities here, and thank you for being here today. Sorry that I might not be able to recognize every one of my constituents, but I know that we're fighting for you, and we'll keep fighting the good fight just as you do every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Member from Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I would like to say is I would like to welcome and recognize healthcare providers that are here today. Their continuous efforts to caring for our residents and the work that we're doing in this House every day to try and improve that. It's the feedback that we hear from them. Like I've said in the House many times, this is a big aircraft carrier to turn, and I'm trying to turn this aircraft carrier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Inuvik Twin Lakes. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors. Oh, member from Yellowknife Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think there's a Yellowknife Centre delegation up there, but what I would certainly say that I have had the chance to meet with both Tad, Tamara, and Andrew of Local 11, and I know probably many friendly faces out there. I'm getting old. It's hard to see through these spectacles that far up. But that said, in my elder age, I still want to take a moment to say thank you to the nurses and the care they provide our Northerners, and I will continue to be a steadfast supporter of their issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife Centre. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Member from Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member from Montfouille, that Bill 26, an act to amend the Public Service Act, be read a second time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Sorry. Motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we have a great number of nurses joining us in the gallery. I hope people look up and see them and acknowledge them, and you may even recognize them. These are the nurses who have been helping you when you get sick or injured. They've been treating your family members, caring for your community members and neighbors. They are here now because they need our help. They need us to care about them. A recent independent survey by the Nursing Association revealed that 85% of nurses in the NWT want a separate collective agreement. This is important to a large number of nurses, far more than those who could be here today. So it needs to be important to all of us if we care about a strong healthcare system. In the past few months, there have been almost 40 residents, just that I'm aware of, that have been writing to their MLAs in support of this from multiple regions, not just from Yellowknife. I've also heard from nurses working in small communities that they support moving forward with this bill too. And it could help in recruiting more nurses to small communities. I also want to take this moment to offer my sincere masicho to the member for Montfouille, the seconder of this bill, who has offered her strong and steady support since this idea emerged. Now, this bill has been framed as MLAs interfering with the way workers organize themselves, interfering with the internal business of the union. But that's backwards, because the way things are now, our legislation already profoundly interferes with how workers can organize themselves. The Public Service Act tells all workers you have no choice but to accept the Union of Northern Workers as your bargaining representative. You are not allowed to have any other options. It tells nurses you must have your voice swallowed up by the much larger group of public servants, even if their job is nothing like yours, even if their workplace challenges are nothing like yours. Currently, we don't allow nurses to have a voice of their own at the bargaining table, and that is interfering with workers' freedom and workers' rights. For too long, we've all recognized there's a problem here. At least I've heard every leader in this room acknowledge that there's a problem, but we've been paralyzed by the idea that there's nothing we can do about it, at least nothing we can do anytime soon. I won't accept that. I've put together a bill that creates a new way for nurses to be able to have a choice, to have an option of voting amongst themselves on who they want their bargaining agent to be, the option of having a separate collective agreement focused on the specific workplace challenges that they face as nurses. I would love to be able to change the Act to give all workers the same freedom to choose, but I can't. The government has to be the one to initiate that change. I am truly encouraged that Cabinet has recently announced it will be setting out down that path in collaboration with the Union of Northern Workers. The recent joint press release declares a willingness amongst both parties to work on changes to the Act, even during active negotiations, which are due to begin late this year, and that is good, because that is the only way progress can be made during the life of this Assembly, and I want to believe that that will happen. But nurses need change sooner than that. We are currently losing nurses faster than we can recruit them or put new ones through college. Right now, we don't have any assurance that this joint path that the GNWT and the UNW are on will actually get anywhere. It's too early to tell whether the goodwill that has suddenly appeared between both sides can be sustained. Nurses, I believe, are justified in wanting to keep exploring a path that they might have more control over, the option that is proposed in this private member's bill. And the government's path towards more comprehensive changes to the Act does not cancel out the need for this private member's bill. They do not work against each other. They can complement and support each other. So often, we feel like the system is so big. Nothing we can do will ever make a difference, or change is so slow that it feels futile. Here we have a chance to actually make a difference and try something new. Our instinct, especially as regular MLAs, is always to defer to the government when it comes to big change. Who am I to bring forward an idea? Well, I'm not the expert. Well, who are we? We are all legislators. That means we all have an important role in creating and changing laws. Not just to say yes or no to laws the government brings forward, but to reimagine how things can be done. We don't have to be the experts. That's what our committee processes are for inviting expert witnesses to share their perspectives with us, hold public hearings so we can examine a bill from all angles. This is not the final vote. This is second reading. You're not supposed to be sure now about what the final outcome of the bill should be. We're just asking for you to let the bill have a chance to be examined and debated. I want us to have some faith in ourselves and have some faith in the process. Give this bill a chance to go through second reading. Let committee take a closer look. Get that input that can help us improve and refine the idea. And maybe committee will decide it won't work at all. And maybe it doesn't pass third reading. And that's okay. But if we kill this bill before it even has a chance to begin, we become the ones who are actively interfering with workers' freedom, the freedom they are entitled to under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The nurses of this territory are watching to see if we are listening to them, to see if we are even interested in listening to them, if we're interested in giving them a chance to present to committee their vision for a separate collective agreement. If you're not really interested in hearing from them, that's fine, and you can vote against, but make no mistake, that sends a clear message that will have negative consequences on our healthcare system all across the territory. Let's send a clear and resounding message that we want to listen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think we all look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say on this. Thank you.
Yellowknife North. To the principal bill, member from Yellowknife South. Thank you. Member from Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we're being asked to consider a private member's bill that touches on an issue that is important and deeply felt, not only in this House, not only in our healthcare system, but obviously throughout the Northwest Territories and the Northwest Territories Public Service. And let me begin saying clearly, Mr. Speaker, that nurses are essential. We don't want to see them leave. Their contributions to this territory's healthcare system are invaluable. Their contribution to the health and wellness of all Northwest Territories residents is invaluable. The GNWT must support nurses as a profession, support healthy workplaces in all of our healthcare settings, support safe and reliable access to healthcare for residents, which in turn may include looking at things like patient care ratios, scheduling, and effective workplace communication. There have been significant public statements of late about healthcare workplace conditions, about morale, about ensuring frontline service delivery are included in decision-making, and about whether the current representation structure is best suited to the realities of nursing. There is much happening across government to change the delivery of healthcare and also to change the delivery of human resource services. Of course, Mr. Speaker, more can always be done to improve our services, including our services to our own staff. Some of those things, Mr. Speaker, indeed a great many, are not the subject of collective bargaining. And so then the question today is whether Bill 26 is the right tool at the right time to create positive, effective, efficient, and lasting change for all workers across the Northwest Territories, including healthcare workers. Mr. Speaker, the government of the Northwest Territories has been engaged for several years now in a comprehensive modernization of the Public Service Act. We don't always speak about our work when it's just underway, but we have been taking those steps in the last little while to bring folks better up to speed with the efforts that we've been making. The first phase of this work is nearing its completion, and legislation is expected to be introduced this fall. It will include important updates related to safe disclosure protections, job evaluation and classification, hiring processes, and labor relations frameworks to reflect a modern and inclusive public service. One single part of that act was set aside from this first phase, and that is Section 41, which governs how bargaining units are structured and certified. There are two aspects that we are committed to explore, both the right to determine a bargaining association and the entity that represents the association. Those two aspects are typically satisfied through an acceptable certification process by an independent entity. This section, Section 2, is the focus of Phase 2 of our modernization effort, and work is already underway to review certification frameworks used across Canada, to consider the legal and constitutional requirements, and to ensure that any changes are grounded in fairness, transparency, and the principle of employee choice. Importantly, this work will include engagement with the Union of Northern Workers and PSAC, both long-standing bargaining partners for the GNWT. The UNW and PSAC are experts in organized labor space, and they will have an invaluable and unique perspective to contribute. And as the union and the employer, we have engaged respectfully about all other contents of Phase 1 of our Public Service Act amendments, and that draft legislation, as I said earlier, will be tabled this fall and will be the better for this process. I'm aiming to begin the engagement on the Public Service Act Phase 2, that is to say, Section 41, over the summer and continuing into the fall. And it will also include not only the unions, but of course our public service, with opportunities for the public as well. But Mr. Speaker, this private member's bill was not developed in the same manner, with the same process, with the same level of consultation, or the same engagement. It does not address the public service as a whole. It does not address the healthcare professions as a whole. And so, Mr. Speaker, the issue of how nurses are represented at the bargaining table, we realize, has clearly struck a chord. Although the preamble of the bill speaks to some of the broader workplace issues, I do hope it is clear this vote on this bill is not a vote about the workplace safety of nurses, the importance of nursing, or the importance of providing healthy workplaces more generally. And so, Mr. Speaker, while I do not support this bill in its current form or its process by which it was developed, I will recognize that it reflects these issues, and so it is important to explain why this process and this proposal is not receiving my support. First, Bill 26 proposes to legislate a structure that would allow for the immediate formation of a separate bargaining unit, without, however, a neutral or independent certification process. That is a serious departure from how union representation is structured in every other Canadian jurisdiction. It would bypass employee-led certification through a labour relations board or tribunal or some other similar entity, and instead it is requiring the courts to play a role that they are not designed to fulfill. Second, there are questions about whether a private member's bill is truly the right legislative tool for this kind of reform. New structures can require funding, require regulatory oversight, may require government operational changes. This can in turn require procedural challenges, and policy updates may be required. There are questions about financial authority and constitutional compatibility. All of this is best addressed through comprehensive legislation. It's the kind of comprehensive response that would be appropriate for a government-led bill, and it's one that will take time, But, Mr. Speaker, again, we are well onto that path. That work is underway, both for the public service as a whole as well as for Section 41. And beyond these legal and structural issues, there are concerns about process generally, and whether legislating a solution now, before a consultation process is complete or before system-wide impacts are better understood, will it bring the kind of lasting change that nurses deserve, or fix the challenges of morale felt not only by nurses but by the public service as a whole? The Minister of Health and Social Services has now spent the last several months meeting directly with frontline care workers across the territory. The Union of Northern Workers and PSAC are also conducting their own outreach, including a series of regional meetings with healthcare members. And just last week, the GNWT, the UNW, and PSAC issued a joint statement reaffirming our shared commitment to resolving Section 41 issues and concerns collaboratively, even as we may be entering active bargaining this fall and winter. The GNWT is also already committed to revisit what would be required to bring the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority into the public service. Again, we want to ensure that there is choice, and making the choice to join the GNWT's public service is not one that should be presumed without properly going back to all affected employees. As well, bringing this pension in at an unknown cost requires a fulsome update and analysis. But again, that work is underway, and I'm pleased to confirm that this work's been assigned to the Health System Sustainability Unit and will be ready for update by this fall. And last, but far from least, on concerns of process, Mr. Speaker, this bill treads into an area of work that, if we are not thoughtful, inclusive, and transparent during the development of the legislative changes being proposed, we could be seen as undermining the independence of collective representation or seen as interfering with the union that is the representative of workers. Finally, I want to speak to some of the evidence used for this bill. Bill 26 notes that a separate collective agreement would increase the likelihood of targeted benefits and allowances for nurses that do not necessarily apply to the entire GNWT workforce, and that this would support better employee retention or higher morale. Mr. Speaker, the current collective agreement is structured to do this. Appendix A10, as well as several memorandums of understandings, does focus on public service nurses and healthcare professionals specific to hospitals and healthcare facilities. Appendix A10, along with the Job Share MOU, the Labour Market Supplement MOU, the Professional Development MOU, all provide nurses with increased monetary benefits, additional professional development time, and job share opportunities. As well, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Finance very actively monitors salary and benefits across all Canadian jurisdictions. We want to ensure that we remain not just competitive, but truly attractive as a place to work. And Mr. Speaker, the recent survey conducted by CAN, which of course I realize is being relied on, and I note, really was for the purpose of information gathering only and meant to inform ongoing policy discussions and to contribute to the understanding of the workforce. The survey was publicly available. It was not limited to nurses or controlled for the number of times one individual could respond, and was not restricted only to CAN registrants or even NWT residents, and it only had a response rate of 31%. However, of the questions posed, or in addition of the questions posed, Mr. Speaker, not all of those initiatives are solvable by a collective agreement, such as the availability of housing. That said, to be clear, again, this survey does provide helpful information. The Minister of Health and Social Services and myself have already committed to bring our teams together to review the list of questions on that survey and see what progress we can make now without looking to other processes elsewhere. Again, much of the issues around workplaces require this kind of collaboration, and much work is happening in both places and under both departments. But this survey alone is certainly not a mandate to proceed to change without a proper process. And so in short, Mr. Speaker, the private member's bill does not provide a proper channel for core fundamental change to the Public Service Act that is needed, and it's not one that is providing a channel that will apply to all public servants or all healthcare professionals. It's not a complete solution to the many and varied challenges facing healthcare professionals or nurses specifically in a workplace that we know is under strain. The work to improve the situation of not only nurses, but all public servants is urgent. I have seen the strain on the public service morale since COVID. It has not improved. In that sense, it is urgent, and I'm committed to this work. I believe we have a path forward for a complete Public Service Act that is not driven by urgency, but is driven by thoughtfulness and engagement. That collaborative work has already begun, and is so far proving successful. It's a path that we are on. It's a path I believe will lead us to stronger representation, greater fairness, and a more responsive system for everyone involved. As such, those are the reasons for which I'm not supporting Bill 26 as the best path or channel for change. That said, Mr. Speaker, one of the aspects of this House that makes us different from a traditional partisan assembly is that it is MLAs who exclusively do the work of legislative committees. And traditionally, private members do have the opportunity to bring forward ideas and policy options through private members' bill for review by committee. Cabinet in these circumstances abstains, and that allows committee to govern their own processes. We will be continuing that tradition today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife South. To the principal bill, member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we can all agree on is that the current Public Service Act is a mess. What we do not agree on is the road to fix it. Nurses have described long-standing internal union governance issues. I believe those concerns to be real. They deserve a solution and to be supported as they find that solution for themselves. And crucially, they need to drive that change. They need to organize. I believe that the member for Yellowknife North saw this problem and wants to try her level best to address it. However, what truly needs to happen is something she is restricted from doing, which is to create a labor board or similar statutory body. A labor board has independent processes from this House and its political influence, and can uphold public service employees' charter right to freedom to assemble. Last Friday, something notable and unique happened. The Minister of Finance and leadership of UNW and PSAC put out a joint press release stating that they intend to work on legislation, even while bargaining, that will address the long-standing issues of Section 41 of the Public Service Act, to enact change that will uphold charter rights for all public servants. Nurses have spoken to me and asked me if I supported the draft bill that the MLA put forward, or if I support more robust changes to the Act. I have told them that I support robust changes to the Act, including the creation of such a labor board that will provide for them the freedom to collectively choose their own union, as is their right. There is some confusion around why I have said and continue to say why it is not right for any politician to interfere in the bargaining relationship between employees and their employer. Political interference in case law is contemplated at length in other jurisdictions, most commonly when workers are legislated back to work from a strike. I also disagree with that practice for what it's worth. The NWT is in a unique legislative regime where the container is prescribed to public servants on how they bargain in Section 41. I also disagree with this. In our context, which is indeed strange and novel, the member for Yellowknife North is effectively acting as union representation and labor board by proposing these changes as a legislator to legislators. This is not a free and impartial process driven by employees. There is no way to verify that all nurses are being heard effectively through committee processes or participating in the election process she has prescribed in her bill. When I was a public servant, I only presented to standing committee once after seeking deputy head permission, which was granted due to the fact that the issue in question that I was presenting on had nothing to do with my job in the public service. Even if a legislator is acting with the absolute best intentions, which I believe the member is, I do not feel comfortable giving a legislator the power I've just outlined. This very issue has been discussed in the past of this House, most pertinently in 1990 on the topic of classroom assistant unions. I could speak at extensive length around my past experiences as a unionized member of the public service and one who was elected to represent her fellow workers. But I am no longer that person. I am a legislator who chooses not to interfere in how workers collectively choose their own path forward. I should note that the Minister of Finance is in an odd but very prescribed position, which is whereas that she is both the political representative of the employer and a legislator. There are checks and balances in the processes that ensure that she does not interfere in bargaining. Last Friday's press release is carefully worded so as not to prescribe an outcome to the work to solve problems with Section 41 quite deliberately, because that change must be driven by employees. Creating the avenue for independence and choice of bargaining agent belongs in the hands of the workers, and I hope expeditiously a Labour board that provides independence and freedom of association. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. To the principal bill, member from Nunavut Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support the principle of the bill for the reasons that the member from Yellowknife North has laid out in her preamble to the bill. I support the work done by the member. This is second reading, Mr. Speaker. This is what we do. We are legislators. We look at bills, we take them to committee, and then we decide at third reading whether or not we can make an informed decision on the information that we've gathered. This is not passing a bill, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate some of the things that the minister has said here today, but I do think that this work does deserve to go through the process that committee undertakes, and that the bill should be referred to a standing committee, and then once that's done, we can then make an informed decision at third and final reading. Thank you.
Member from Nunavut Lake. To the principal bill, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, support for this bill, for anyone who's been listening to frontline workers, seems to be a no-brainer to me. We've heard repeatedly about morale crises at the within the health system. We've heard about the inability to staff units. We've heard about recruitment and retention challenges. We hire nurses quickly and they leave just as quick. And when you have frontline workers who are coming to us and saying, we need a louder voice, I think we're obliged to listen. And Mr. Speaker, the principle of this bill is to give these workers a louder voice. I think the minister is right when she said earlier that, this is not a silver bullet, I'm paraphrasing, that a new collective bargaining structure won't solve all the problems. And I agree with her, because you need to have a government that's willing to invest in those solutions and provide, better compensation, better benefits, more contract flexibility, safety and security in health centers and health environments. The working conditions are deplorable. We continuously hear that. And we can't wait for collective bargaining to solve them. So I do agree there, but the onus is on the government to fix that problem, not to rely on a collective bargaining process or wait for that process. So the question is really not, is this going to solve all these problems? That's the wrong question to ask. The question is this going to give nurses a louder voice? And when I think to answer that question for myself, I think of the recent information that's been publicly shared about the emergency department at Stanton Territorial Hospital. It wasn't until the NWT Medical Association presented to a standing committee of this House and raised these concerns that we saw a contract come out. These concerns were present last summer as well, and they remained unaddressed. So I think if nurses had the ability to raise their voices and share this with the public without fear of reprisal from their employer or breaching their code of conduct or a multitude of other things, could they not raise concerns about the working conditions so the general public can know? Because we need to know about the problems before we can fix them. And I think the principle of this bill is to do exactly that. In fact, I don't think that. I know that because I listened to the mover's words earlier today. Mr. Speaker, we also hear the hand-wringing around charter issues, that the entire Public Service Act has this challenge around Section 41. But we're still hearing now that legislation, phase one legislation is going to come forward that doesn't address that. So if the real issue here is these charter concerns, and we have to be very careful about the charter and respecting people's rights, then we shouldn't do any changes to the Public Service Act that don't address the charter issues. That should be solved first before we do other things. That's foundational work. If your act is unconstitutional or could be unconstitutional, then that's a risk that should be addressed. And from a historically risk-adverse government, it's interesting to see that is, in fact, the law of the land, because when you're trying to solve this problem of bringing a new union, public service union or bargaining unit forward, there's only one way to do it, and that's the way the member has proposed. There's no other way. You can come, I mean, Cabinet can bring forward a bill as well, and perhaps it would be have more consultation and follow the process that they typically process. But clearly that wasn't happening, or else we wouldn't be here today. I have great respect for labor in the Northwest Territories. I have great respect for workers in the Northwest Territories. I think we have strong unions in the Northwest Territories as well. But the presence of a labor monopoly over the public sector is not a question, it's a fact. It's a fact, and we do need to figure out how to deal with that in a way that doesn't infringe on workers' rights, but also that doesn't prevent workers from exercising those rights when they want to go a different way. Again, this bill is clumsy in that effort because of the legislative environment that it's confined to. But again, we're not talking about the specifics of this bill. We're talking about the principle of the bill, what it entails. You know, that's for a later discussion. The only concern I have with that, we've heard many members here talk about process, right? The process of how bills work in this House. And it's fine to say, well, we have a process, and today we'll move it along to the next step in the process. But there's a step after that, and that's voting the bill into law. I'm not going to jump to conclusions, but I don't want to give people false hope as well. Today is just another part of the journey of a bill. And if people are holding back to just support the process but not support the principle, that's a concern. That's a concern for everyone who wants this bill to pass, because there's no certainty that that will happen, even if we see it go forward today. So if this is something you want, I certainly encourage you to keep the momentum up. Talk to your MLAs, share things publicly, and make sure that this fight for nurses doesn't end here today. Because, again, members supporting the process today should also be supporting the principle if they intend to see this bill through into law. And I certainly do support the principle. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank the mover for bringing it forward. This was difficult. This is an unusual bill to see on the floor, but it shows that the member is trying to solve the problem of slow government. That when the processes that we use to develop legislation drag on, morale, and we see this happening, the situation gets steadily worse. Conditions deteriorate because we're not moving fast enough. And these issues are long-standing. So again, I have great respect for labor organizations in the Northwest Territories. I've stood on the floor of this House to defend their position and defend workers, but I see workers here today asking for something, and it's important that we listen to their voices and do our best to ensure those voices are heard, because health care is fundamental to the health and well-being of Northerners. And quite frankly, it's in crisis. It's in chaos. And if we can do anything on the floor of this House to bring attention to those issues and to find ways to solve them, then I'm going to stand up and support that. And I will be voting in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Member from Rangeley, to the principle of the bill. Principle of the bill. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, similar to the previous speaker, I am in favor of the principle of the bill today. Mr. Speaker, my primary reason for that today is that I think that we are having a very important conversation, and I would like to see that conversation move forward into committee where we can have a fulsome discussion about this issue, about the various issues around why this bill has come forward, and hear from all parties on it in a public manner through a fulsome committee process. And I think that that is really important. Similar to other speakers, I don't know what the ultimate outcome of that process will be. And that's what the committee process is for. And so I just want to be crystal clear. This is second reading of the bill. The next step is it would go to committee for review. We're not putting a piece of legislation in force today. Ultimately, I think a wider amendment to the Act is necessary so that all workers have the option to collect as they see fit and as they have a right to do under the Canadian Constitution. And for that reason, Charter, Constitution, well, you know what we meant. So I very much appreciated the joint news release from Cabinet and the Union of Northern Workers, and was very happy to see that movement come forward. But I want to talk a little bit about the history of how we got here. And as the member for Yellowknife North pointed out, this is something that has come up for a very long time, and nurses have been facing a significant amount of resistance to moving it forward. And so we were not seeing any indication this was moving forward in a timely manner. And it's not until the private members bill became public that things started to move. And so I think that that indicated to me that the private members bill was necessary. It was necessary to get movement going. As the minister pointed out, there are some potential shortcomings to the bill. That's what second reading is for. We can explore this at committee and get into it in detail and figure out through that iterative process what the pros and cons of the bill are and whether committee is going to recommend it go forward. But generally speaking, I just wanted to note also, I've heard from a number of nurses who I represent, and every single person that has gotten in touch with me, and that includes people beyond nurses that work for the public service, has been in favor of this and has been asking me, and some of them with quite a fair bit of desperation, to support this initiative. Desperation coming from a workplace that we've talked a lot about in this assembly, Mr. Speaker, where there's a lot of various pressures coming from different sides, and a hope that this will give them the opportunity to represent themselves with their employer in such a way that gives them what they need to stay here, to do their jobs, to remain safe, and all the various other things that can come from being able to bargain collectively, specifically for your profession. So, Mr. Speaker, that wraps up pretty much what I have to say about it today. I just wanted to note that I think that this conversation is really important, and it's an important one for a number of different reasons. But one of them was the resistance that was being faced, and I think that this bill has started to open up that conversation. And so I'd like to see that conversation continue. I think that the committee process is the place to have that conversation, at least in part, and I look forward to supporting the bill today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. To the principle of the bill, member from Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too feel on both sides that the intent of healthcare reform is very much needed. I'm always of the opinion that if you want to make a factual decision, you do your factual research. As recently as a couple of days ago, I was at the Stanton Hospital. And I hear our Minister of Finance setting out the engagements of consultation. That could be copied from Hansard when the time arrives. But for the immediate situation here, and as highlighted in my member's statement today, Mr. Speaker, is that we need to fix the problem now. And we've always said a fundamental component of management is our legislatures using those principles of engagement to make an informed decision. And that means going to the communities, taking the bill to second reading allows you to do that. It allows you to go to Fort Good Hope and hear the problems and hear firsthand. Then you can make a informed decision at the third reading appropriate time. We do have a lot of problems, and to measure our scale of those problems, I've said it numerous times in this assembly, the Satu region seen 448 medevacs in 3 years. Now, if that's not going to hit home for some people that we do have a problem, I think you better take that seriously and really find out and do your own research on the many problems we have. If we can fix the beginning of the problem, at the end of the journey, it'll help you with satisfying your decision and saying, yes, we not only recognize the problem, but we extinguish the problem or minimize the problem. And it's always been my goal since I heard the shocking statistics on 448 medevacs. If I can make a difference in reducing that to 200, I'll be greatly appreciated for the efforts of this government to stand behind that goal. So given the benefit of the doubt and given the respect that the small communities and the communities outside of Yellowknife and in Yellowknife as well, because this is a pan-territorial healthcare system, we need to respect our citizens on making that decision. So in closing there, Mr. Speaker, I will be voting in favor to move that bill, take it to the communities, and let's hear from our residents. Merci.
Thank you, member from Le Sauteau. To the Prince Oval Bill, member from Mophie.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll do it in my language. Mr. Speaker, I am thankful for this bill that is in front of us, and I support it. In today's society, there's so many changes in our lives. With this act, I am amazed at what the nurses go through. I didn't realize they didn't have their own act. And everyone else has their own collective agreement except for them. So the MLA from Yellowknife North has presented this bill. I support her. Mr. Speaker, we've been aware of this situation for a long time in the North. Some of us don't have doctors living in our communities. Some of us don't have nurses in our community. Or some of us don't even have nurse practitioners who are just like doctors. And if we don't have enough nurses working in our communities, and if they work overtime to, what happens when they work too many hours? Because they are only allowed to work certain hours, and they don't open to the public once they pass those hours. Sometimes we are dealing with very complicated issues, and people are really sick, and we're not able to help them. But if we were to review this bill, there may be some changes that will help our communities. Our communities are asking for a lot of things, but so this bill that is in front of us is not only for today, but we're also thinking about the future. And we know our communities and how people are living. Sometimes we have so many limited resources, and we're not able to help each other. Maybe with this bill, there may be more nurses living in our communities. Today in Wikwiti, there was no nurse. Now we have a nurse in that community, and I know how appreciated the people are of that community. And also, we had no nurses in Gameti. They only have paramedics. And if this bill goes through, we may have more nurses, and nurses will live in our communities longer. But there's no doctor in our communities. We never had a doctor living in our community for a long time. But
but nurse practitioners do go to the communities to help with any health issues people have. I've heard from so many people about if there's an emergency in a community, the nurses are supposed to be the first frontline workers. But sometimes they always blame the nurse if anytime anything happens. It's always like that in the communities that we live in. So my colleague that presented this bill, I am supporting her. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Moultrie. To the principal bill, member from Illinois Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since entering this bill in the 20th Assembly, I've certainly made sure healthcare is on my mind, front of mind, all the time. As a matter of fact, many of the issues that I've been raising, as well as with my good colleague from Range Lake, is many of the issues that affect the people here in our gallery today. In support in different ways, and certainly in support of the system to reflect and improve, Mr. Speaker. I want to caution people to assume that this bill is going to solve everything, and I'm going to contextualize it like that first before I get into the next part of my comments. This bill won't fix the folks, their management experience. This is not that type of bill. This bill won't look at pay or pay premiums, retention, agency, locum nurses, and phasing out. This bill is just to establish, potentially, to establish its own unit. Now, to keep in mind that those things won't change tomorrow. Those won't change if there was a third reading passing this today. Those are still the same problems we're working on and trying to highlight and deal with and raise is continually as long as I can stand and echo how important those types of things are. So, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that I'm staying on topic, this bill doesn't address any of those problems. We can pretend they will, and we can hope they will. Maybe we can even dream they will. But the fact is, those will still be pillar issues, giant rocks we got to find a way around and get through and figure it out. Mr. Speaker, this bill does commit a lot to the second, third, fourth, and fifth step that needs to be taken. It's easy to say we're going to create a unit. We could do that today. No problem. We could. But keep in mind that all the complementary services and investments of the structure of government that need to go. And I fear that a lot will need to be reset and looked at. So I say that in the context of, I want to say last week when the joint letter came out between the collaboration of the UNW and PSAC, I want to stress in some ways it might have not be the silver bullet or answer they were looking for, but it was a groundbreaking moment of reflection. For months, several of us have been saying, we almost need like a healthcare bargaining unit. Now, I know there will be individual nurses both in the gallery and in the public who say, no, we need nursing only. And I respect your passion, I really do. I'm not saying you shouldn't think that way. And I suspect we'll hear other folks will step forward and say they want the same thing, only us, only us. I mean, I don't know what's right, but I can assure you that I view it from a perspective of no healthcare professional left behind. Because I understand that the nurses, in a negotiating point of view, and even healthcare workers, if we're going to extend it just a little further, may not have the same issues as the tire guy at the shop down the road. And we're going to spend a lot of time on different issues, and maybe they're a little bit different than the corrections officers. And maybe they're a little different than other types of admin. So it makes sense to me that certain things come together a little easier, and hence this may be the first, I'll call it baby step, to ask that question, to recognize maybe the current process, whether it feeds up through its established current way, is right or wrong, I don't know. But I'm going to say, is I've been saying for months that I think that the primary question is why do we have everyone spread around who's so different than each other? So to bring it back tightly here to the motion, Mr. Speaker, a nursing-only piece does worry me deep down inside. Again, I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm not saying it's right, I'm just saying the confusion worries me, that we're going to leave a lot of people out. that really should be working together. And for sake of not missing anyone, I'm not going to name any folks. You guys know the industries you work better with than I do. I'm a grateful customer of the service you provide, a grateful champion of the services you need and support you need, but I don't pretend to know your area or your area of work. And that would be a mistake. Mr. Speaker, some of the issues that I worry about is I've laid it out there. And I know this issue was brought back in different forms in conversation in committees a while ago, and I don't want to get into those specifics because technically we can't, but what I'm going to say is it did seem like it was going forward, perhaps maybe not at the breakneck speed some would want, and I can appreciate that too. The enthusiasm behind it is we're having this conversation. And I think that's what's primarily key for me is conversation. And I think that I can't predict how third reading will go. I can't predict how community discussion will go. And I can predict the rallying force that will come forward and say, we want through the committee process and on the roads. And hence, I can almost predict that for, what am I at, all the years of 14 years of service so far in this business. I can see quite a energetic enthusiasm showing up at the committee hearings. But what I can say is this. I'm willing to take things on a leap of faith. And for that, I will support the further conversation of this initiative. I cannot promise, and nor do I want to promise, that I will support third reading, because I think that discussion needs to start. And that'll start tomorrow, as they say. But I will commit to supporting continuation of this conversation because I think it's important, and I think it'll add to the bigger picture of the overall health unit that I think is really the key to what we should be talking about. And as such, as I said, or if I've implied in a way, or if I haven't made it clear enough, I will vote in favor at this time, and then the next vote will be based on the next months and months of discussion that we probably will have. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from Yellowknife Centre. To the principle of the bill. To the principle of the bill. Member from Yellowknife North, are you prepared to conclude discussion? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I forget, I will be requesting a recorded vote. Thanks to my colleagues for all of the thoughtful comments provided today. And I just wanted to respond to a few or clear up some misconceptions. First, I would never claim that this is a comprehensive solution to either all of our healthcare staffing issues or workplace safety issues. And I've been very clear from the beginning that this is not a comprehensive solution to the problems with the Public Service Act. What is quite remarkable here is that either of those things are even being suggested as necessary before a bill could be deemed ready to pass second reading. This process so far has been remarkable for a lot of different reasons, but one that sticks out is the kind of bar that is being applied to this bill that I haven't seen applied to any other bills, whether it's a government bill or a private member's bill. Somehow for this bill to be worthy of even discussing, that it must help all potential stakeholders, that it must be proved beyond all reasonable doubt that all nurses are participating and have completely declared their support before we even begin public engagement and deliberations, that somehow we have to show that a comprehensive public engagement process has already been conducted before we begin the public engagement. And the idea that in order to send it forward, we would first need to ensure there's a mechanism that ensures all nurses will be participating in committee deliberations. First I compare that to the status quo of what exists now. Are we currently doing anything to verify that all nurses are currently fully participating in UNW deliberations or processes? Are we ensuring that all nurses are fully participating in any of the surveys or staff engagement being done by the government or the health authority, or that they're fully participating in all workplace decisions? And certainly we've never hesitated to move forward with other committee engagement or processes based on the worry that every single person within a given group or profession wouldn't have the chance to, be witnesses or present to committee or have their sort of will be expressed in the deliberations. And I just wanted to clarify, too, that, I'm not even remotely taking on the role of a union leader myself or of a labor relations board. I am not the judge, and that's why I didn't write myself into this bill as the arbitrator of what nurses are allowed to do. The point of the bill is to provide a mechanism where nurses can have a vote amongst themselves to choose who they want their bargaining agent to be through an independent mechanism, not me or any legislator. It would be the NWT Supreme Court that would be verifying that the vote was free and fair and reflected the will of the employees, of the nurses. And I propose this because no other option currently exists. The status quo is to not have that option. And I also I wanted to point out that, no one claimed that the survey by the College and Association of Nurses was a mandate for changing the Act. It was a survey, and I think it shows significant support and interest that gives, at the bare minimum, a reason to give the bill a chance to move forward. I'm not trying to present it as a mandate to, pass third reading and make this all happen tomorrow. Just in closing, Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind everyone that a bill doesn't have to solve all of the problems and solve all the problems for everyone in order to be worthy, and certainly not in order to be worthy of passing second reading, to just enter into that process of further consideration and public engagement. But I do thank all my colleagues for your time today, and I am hopeful and look forward to the further public debate and discussion that this will hopefully spark in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North. To the principle of the bill. Question has been called. The member from Yellowknife North has asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Sahtu. The member for Yellowknife Centre. The member for Range Lake. The member for Inuvik Boot Lake. The member for Montfouille. The member for Frame Lake.
All those opposed, please stand.
The member for Great Slave.
All those abstaining, please stand.
The member for Thabatcha. The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Hay River North. The member for Hay River South. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. The member for Nunavut.
Colleagues, all those in favor, 7. Opposed, 1. Abstention, 6. Motion is carried. First reading of, or second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration of Committee of the Whole and bills of other matters. Table document 340-20 brackets 1. Table documents 341-20 brackets 1 with the member from the Sahtu in the chair.
Okay, where are we? Harsh? I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wishes of committee? Member for Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, committee wishes to consider table document 340-20's bracket 1, supplemental estimates infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2025-2026, and time permitting, Mr. Chair, table document 341-20 brackets 1, supplemental estimates operations expenditures and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you to the member. Committee, we have agreed to consider table documents 341-20 brackets 1, supplementary estimates, operations expenditures and borrowing authorization, number 1, 2025-2026. Does the Minister of Finance have any opening remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do. Mr. Chair, I'm here to present table document 341-20 bracket 1, supplementary estimates, operations expenditures and borrowing authorization, number 1, 2025-2026. This document proposes a total appropriation increase of $47.15 million, $38.5 million of which will be offset by revenues from the Government of Canada and various provincial governments. Notable items supported by federal funding include $20.6 million to support health and social services cost share agreements, including $9.2 million for First Nation and Inuit home and community care, and $8 million for Northern Wellness. $8.1 million to provide funding for various environment and climate change cost share agreements, including $2.3 million for the 2 Billion Trees program and $1.3 million each for the Decho protected areas and Section 11 conservation agreements. $2.6 million to support activities under the Canada Northwest Territories National School Food Program Agreement, $2.2 million in support of the Canada Northwest Territories Early Learning and Child Care Agreement and 1-year merged action plan, and $1.8 million to support access to legal aid services. Additionally, I am proposing the following supplementary expenditures: $2.4 million to provide funding for contributions under the school funding framework, $1.8 million to address transitional housing and shelter services in Yellowknife, $1.8 million to continue work related to the Hay River Harbor restoration, and $1.8 million to provide a contribution to the Physical Activity, Sport and Recreation Fund. These supplementary estimates also propose an increase of $130 million to the authorized short-term borrowing limit established under the Appropriation Act Operations Expenditures 25-26. These supplementary estimates will ensure that the Government of the Northwest Territories is in compliance with the Financial Administration Act by reflecting the borrowing limit for debt of less than 365 days for the 25-26 fiscal year at $880 million. The request is the result of significant increases within proposed supplementary estimates and limited contingencies allowed within the Appropriation Act. That concludes my opening remarks, Mr. Chair. We are prepared to answer questions that committee may have.
Minister of Finance wish to bring witnesses into the chamber.
Please, Mr. Chair.
Committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, could you please escort the witnesses into the chamber? Would the Minister please introduce her witnesses?
Happy to do so, Mr. Chair. On my left, Bill McKay, Deputy Minister of Finance, and on my right, Mandy Bolstad, the Deputy Secretary to the Financial Management Board.
Thank you. I will now open the floor for general comments. Seeing none, does the committee agree to proceed to the detailed contained in the table documents? Thank you, committee. We will begin on page number 3 with the Department of Education, Cultural and Employment. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization. Number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, operations expenditures, early learning, not previously authorized, $2,392,000. Are there any questions?
No, we'll go through his activity.
Yellowknife, the member for the Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question under education about the funding to support the delivery of the practical nurse program at Aurora College. That's the next section. We're just on the first one section at a time. Okay, I'll wait. Thank you for that.
This one? Seeing no further questions, supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Legislative Assembly, operations expenditures, early learning, not previously authorized, $2,392,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization. Number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Education, Culture and Employment. Operations expenditure, education not previously authorized, $5,507,000. Are there any questions? MLA for Yellowknife North.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'll take the opportunity. I wanted to ask for the $528,000 that is to be allocated to Aurora College to support the delivery of the practical nurse program. My understanding, and I could be mistaken on this, but that the nurse practitioner program at the college was suspended in 2016. It was more formally cut in 2019, but then just recently in the fall of 2024 formally reinstated. Can the minister or the witnesses explain why this amount is coming forward as a supplementary appropriation? Does it have to do with additional money that's required to get this program back up and running again, or is it for next fiscal year looking ahead? Maybe the minister can give some context as to why this amount of money at this time is needed for the program at Aurora College. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member Yellowknife North, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I can't speak to what may or may not have been going on back in 2016, but Mr. Chair, this is an appropriation that is meant to move. There was funding that sunset previously in Health and Social Services, and then we are now looking to fund this out of EC&E and to step in where the funding was previously sunset to now go from what was a federally funded program in health to a GNWT funded program through EC&E. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, it's right here. We'll carry on. Supplementary estimates, your operations expenditures, borrowing authorization, number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, operations expenditures, languages and culture, not previously authorized, $222,000. Excuse me, $5,507,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you, committee. Okay. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures and borrowing authorization, number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, operations expenditure, languages and culture, not previously authorized, $222,000. Are there any questions? Seeing no further questions, supplementary estimates, operations expenditure and borrowing authorizations, number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, operations expenditures, languages and culture, not previously authorized, $222,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Sorry, members, I will make that correction. Expenditures, education not previously authorized, $5,507,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Okay, now which one? Supplementary estimates, operations expenditure and borrowing authorization, number 1, 2025-2026. Department of Education, Culture and Employment, operations expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $8,121,000. Are there any questions? Seeing no further questions, supplementary estimates, operations expenditure and borrowing limit authorization, number 1, 2025-2026. Department of Education, Culture and Employment, operations expenditure, total department not previously authorized, $8,121,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Committee, we will turn to page number 4 for the Department of Environment and Climate Change. Page 4, supplementary estimates, operation expenditures and borrowing authorization, number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Environment and Climate Change, operations expenditures, environmental management, monitoring, climate change not previously authorized, $2,563,000. Are there any questions? Seeing no further questions, supplementary estimates, operations expenditure and borrowing authorization, number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Environment and Climate Change, operations expenditures, environmental management, monitoring and climate change not previously authorized, $2,563,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization, number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Environment and Climate Change, operations expenditure, policy and strategic planning, not previously authorized, $1,877,000. Are there any questions? Seeing no further questions, supplementary estimates, authorization, operations expenditure and borrowing limit authorization, number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Environment and Climate Change, Operations Expenditure, Policy and Strategic Planning, not previously authorized, $1,877,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditure, and borrowing authorization, number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Environment and Climate Change, operations expenditures, wildfire and forest management, not previously authorized, $4,446,000. Are there any questions? To the member of Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wondering, the Section 11 cost shared funding, can you give us a better explanation of that? It's not self-explanatory. Not you yourself, but the minister, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you to the member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This refers to Section 11 of the Federal Species at Risk Act. This funding is going to support entering into the implementation of a conservation agreement with any government in Canada, organization, or benefit to support a species of risk. This funding will help ensure that we, as GNWT, are fulfilling obligations under a 2-year conservation agreement. And the project proposed here is titled The Conservation of Boreal Caribou in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. To the member. Frame Lake.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's it for me. Yeah.
Thank you to the member. Any further questions on this item? Seeing no further questions, supplementary estimates, operations expenditure, and borrowing authorization, number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Environment and Climate Change, operations expenditure, wildfire and forest management, not previously authorized, $4,446,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you, committee. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditure, and borrowing authorization, number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Environment and Climate Change, operations expenditure, total department, not previously authorized, $8,886,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none, supplementary estimates, operations expenditure, and borrowing authorization, number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Environment and Climate Change, operations expenditures, total department, not previously authorized, $8,886,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you, committee. Can we turn to page number 5 of the Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs? Supplementary estimates, operations expenditure, and borrowing authorization, number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs, operations expenditures, gender equity, not previously authorized, $685,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none, further supplementary estimates, operations expenditure and borrowing authorization, number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs, operations expenditures, gender equity, not previously authorized, $685,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization, number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs, operations expenditures, governance, and service integration, not previously authorized, $1,903,000. Are there any questions? To the member of Frame Lake, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First question is, the funding to transitional housing and shelter services in Yellowknife, does this represent a one-time grant to organizations to continue these services, or yeah, that's my first question. And if the minister could outline what exactly is being supported.
Thank you, member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so quick response first is that this is one-time funding that's going to two organizations, just over $1.5 million to the Yellowknife Women's Shelter for the Spruce Bough transitional housing services they provide, and $300,000 to the Salvation Army shelter operations. This was money that was otherwise going to be lapsing because of just delays in terms of getting some of the work around transitional housing, the transitional housing project that had been previously proposed for a site in Yellowknife that apparently there's some zoning challenges in that regard. And so rather than lose funding that as an assembly had been proposed at one time to support specific services in this area, the suggestion here is to take that funding and to move it over to the two organizations who do continue to provide these services. This is hoped that will help last and carry over some of the time until there's a bit more capacity in other projects, not the least of which is looking at a more permanent opportunity on the old Rock Hill site in Yellowknife. So again, for the time being, these two organizations that are serving this population are getting this funding again, and really as to hopefully tie them over until a later time. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Eden Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next question is just the capacity building in NGOs. I know this is something the Premier has spoken about previously, and this is work that was planned. So for that reason, the fact that it was planned, I'm just curious why this came in as a SUP and wasn't simply budgeted for. Thanks.
Thank you, Member for Eden Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one item here is just with respect, or rises from the budget deliberations that we concluded in the last session. So this was a $100,000 commitment that was made on the floor as part of our discussions around what would be required for the operations budget to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Eden Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's it for me.
Thank you to the member. Moving on to the member Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the member, or pardon me, the minister, outline specifically for the 1.8 million how many beds that addresses, that funding? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Great Slave. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I don't know that I have a bed count necessarily here. I can say that initially the project that this was funding was on an estimate that there might be a 50-bed needed. However, it was determined that 25 to 30 person modular would be reasonable, and so the numbers came down and the project is being asked to change. There are 45 beds currently at Spruce Bough, 25 in transitional housing, and so this does continue to support those efforts in that regard. With respect to the Salvation Army, again, I don't have the numbers in front of me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member from Great Slave.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's fair if the minister doesn't have that amount of detail with us right now. I'm just curious if it's a one-time cost, but there's going to be a consistent need. Is there any sort of planning going on to address that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I didn't hear any questions there. The minister wants to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there is quite a bit happening in this space right now in terms of timing. So there is the Rock Hill site that is empty right now, but that there's been some work that's underway with Housing NWT and the NGO community to see that it gets turned into a more permanent facility. So there is that, and I do want to make sure that that is clear. And that is not necessarily related here to what this money is for. That certainly is other work that's happening. There is also the general, not general, but broader work happening over at EIA with respect to consolidated NGO funding, particularly in essential services areas. So certainly could commit to provide members another update on to where that is at. I'm happy to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Any further questions? Pardon me? You got one more question? Thank you to the member, Great Slave. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize if I wasn't forming my questions as a question earlier. I'll try and be a little more explicit. Can the minister please explain whether or not the GNWT is seeing positive outcomes from these investments, as this one is a one-time, and therefore if they are, would there be a consideration for longer-term arrangements? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to the member, Great Slave. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I mean, a broad analysis as to whether or not the funding is successful is probably beyond what I can speak to meaningfully here. I can say that with respect to the funding that's going to these organizations alongside work that's happening at Housing NWT is changing the available spaces that for folks who may require housing on different parts of the housing spectrum. So, you know, in addition to the Rock Hill site that I'd mentioned, there's also the Folk on the Rock site that is looking to be transitional housing. I think that was only discussed, if I'm not mistaken, last week here in the House, so that we can be, you know, providing a transitional housing opportunity for people who don't want to be downtown. So that's underway. Rock Hill site obviously is longer term, but there, you know, that ultimately will bring in 30 different beds. And when we consider the fact that the numbers that had been anticipated initially last year are actually appearing to be much lower, this would then hopefully cover those numbers. Obviously, and as is, you know, certainly apparent right now with some of the circumstances here in Yellowknife, there are some folks who may choose not to avail themselves of formal shelter services, but then the shift goes over to the work that's happening in integrated service delivery to ensure that we are able to provide, you know, whatever wraparound services might be required that might be creating barriers for people to go and find themselves more stable housing. So all of this is happening, you know, really in live time. And again, so I'm kind of going to reserve making comments on whether or not it's successful. I appreciate that question because that is an evaluation that does need to happen. And so maybe the last comment I'll say, Mr. Chair, is that I can certainly commit to getting a timeline by which we might be able to put in place an evaluation of these projects. I know there certainly is I know I've been a proponent for a push around ensuring we have evaluation of our projects and work. And I know the member too is well aware of that through her interest in GRI. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Any further questions? Member Great Slave.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the minister has predicted my questions.
Thank you to the member. Any further questions? Seeing none. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs, operations expenditure, governance, service integration, not previously authorized, $1,903,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditure, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs, operations expenditures, Office of the Secretary to Cabinet, not previously authorized, negative $1,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none, supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs, operations expenditures, Office of the Secretary to Cabinet, not previously authorized, negative $1,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Supplementary estimates, operations, expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Executive Indigenous Affairs, total department not previously authorized, $2,587,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Supplementary estimates, operations, expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Executive and Indigenous Affairs, total department not previously authorized, $2,587,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will now turn to page number 6 for the Department of Finance. Supplementary estimates, operations, expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Finance, operations, expenditures, directorate not previously authorized, negative $50,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Supplementary estimates, operations, expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Finance, operations, expenditures, directorate not previously authorized, negative $50,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Supplementary estimates, operations, expenditure, borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Finance, operations, expenditures, human resources not previously authorized, negative $30,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Supplementary estimates, operations, expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Finance, operations, expenditures, human resources not previously authorized, negative $30,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Supplementary estimates, operations, expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Finance, total department not previously authorized, negative $80,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Supplementary estimates, operations, expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Finance, total department not previously authorized, negative $80,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will now turn to page number 7 for the Department of Health and Social Services. Supplementary estimates on operations, expenditures, and borrow authorization number 1, 2025, Department of Health and Social Services, operations, expenditures, administrative and support services not previously authorized, $604,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Supplementary estimates, operations, expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Health and Social Services, operations, expenditures, administrative and support services not previously authorized, $604,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Supplementary estimates, operations, expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Health and Social Services, operations, expenditures, health and social services programs not previously authorized, $9,824,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Supplementary estimates, operations, expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Social Services, operations, expenditures, health and social services programs not previously authorized, $9,824,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Supplementary estimates, operations, expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Health and and Social Services, operations expenditures, long-term and continuing care services not previously authorized, $10,196,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Health and Social Services, operations expenditures, long-term care and continuing care services not previously authorized, $10,196,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Health and Social Services, operations expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $20,624,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026 of Department of Health and Social Services, operations expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $20,624,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Now please turn to page number 8 for the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, operations expenditures, corporate management not previously authorized, $45,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, operations expenditures, corporate management not previously authorized, $45,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, operations expenditures, minerals and petroleum resources not previously authorized, $102,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, operations expenditures, minerals and petroleum resources not previously authorized, $102,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, operations expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $147,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Tourism and Investment, operations expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $147,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Please turn to page number 9 for the Department of Infrastructure. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Infrastructure, operations expenditures, asset management not previously authorized, $1,800,000. Are there any questions? To the member, Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the minister tell me how many times in, maybe not the history of the House, but in, say, the history of the last assembly, including this one, or the last 2 assemblies, including this one, have we gone to SUPs for funding the, I assume, partially dredging, but also the Hay River Harbor restoration as a whole? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to the member, Great Slave. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I don't know if I have that number exactly. This certainly, I mean, this has been a long-term and long-standing problem back in, I want to say, 2012, thereabouts. It used to be something that was led by the Canadian Coast Guard. They have walked away from being the lead on this, and that has left the GNWT picking up the need for maintaining the harbour. The harbour restoration really, the term restoration speaks to the fact that it's pretty standard and expected really to have to maintain the harbour and to do some maintenance of the waterways. So as that was not happening, led by the federal government, again, we got to a situation where restoration needed to take place. So it's now been a fairly long-term strategy. We started with GNWT in the fall of 2022, looking at the buildup and the extent of the buildup and coming up with a plan. I don't want to overly vilify the federal government. They certainly have supported some portion of the funding that has been required over the last few years. So phase one was completed, and the challenge became that when that work was completed and when it was clear as to what would be required for phase two, which is to actually deal with the material that has been removed, that wasn't all completed at the time that the budget cycle was in. So it was known that there would have to be a SUP that would come through in this particular case. So as for the total number of times that there's been a SUP specifically, I can't say, but just to reiterate that this certainly, it's a long-standing challenge and that this particular project has been underway since 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance, and Member Grace-Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So would the minister characterize the overages as all being similar since 2022 as the reason to why we would be coming back to the SUPs? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Grace-Slave. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there was some increase here. Well, there was a couple of reasons. For one, although, as I said, this started in 2022 with the planning, but 2023 and the wildfire season that we experienced that summer certainly hindered significant progress on this first phase of work. First phase was to do really the mechanical dredging to reopen and reestablish a safe passageway for barges and for boats and barge traffic. So when that was delayed, that certainly, any time that there's work that gets delayed 1 year to the next, that impacts and impedes on the budget for the associated work. And the fact that the water levels have been as low as they are has also impacted the ability to simply get equipment out to where it needs to be and to determine the amount of dredging that would be appropriate. Those two things definitely did hinder the opportunity, or definitely hindered the work. So there certainly is, a potential for ongoing need. I, again, can't necessarily speak to what may be coming. It certainly seems that the environmental changes we are experiencing in the north continue only to grow and to magnify. But, Mr. Chair, I will just note, we were trying to come up with a number as to how many substances come through. We were thinking this is about the third since this project got underway. But again, I can't say that certainty, but that'd be a preliminary estimate. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Grace-Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the Minister for that. And I would say that continuing that sort of angle on this conversation, that this is a excellent example of how climate change is really starting to impact our infrastructure costs beyond, say, permafrost thawing, slumping, all the rest of that. So I was wondering if the Minister and her staff are sort of collecting that data writ large on infrastructure projects in particular that are facing these overages due to climate change impacts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Grace-Slave. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, that is something I'm going to have to take away. I know with confidence that there is broad monitoring that happens in terms of, for example, the Financial Management Board, where there is a provision that looks at climate change considerations of all projects and all supplementary appropriations, all budgetary proposals. In terms of analyzing across every department, ECC and others, so ECC would be the lead for that section, but as far as analyzing when there's increases specifically associated to climate change, again, it's being monitored. Is it being put in one place? Mr. Chair, it's an excellent question, and I'd like to take it away, and we'll commit to get back to the House with a more complete answer, as it is something that I agree with the member. We are seeing it more and more, and the impacts, as Mr. Chair is well aware, of low water and other kind of changes are having a significant cost impact on us. So I will come back to the House with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member Greatslave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and more of a brief comment. I certainly hope that the minister does bring it back to us. However, I think it's also a great data set to wrap up when she's asking for money for nation-building infrastructure projects. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to the member Greatslave for that comment. Any further questions? Seeing none. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Infrastructure, operations expenditures, asset management, not previously authorized, $1,800,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditure, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Infrastructure, operations expenditure, energy and strategic initiatives, not previously authorized, $76,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none, supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Infrastructure, operations expenditure, energy and strategic initiatives, not previously authorized, $76,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditure, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Infrastructure, operations expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $1,876,000. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, and borrowing authorization number 1, 2025-2026, Department of Infrastructure, operations expenditure, total department not previously authorized, $1,876,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. To the member from Inuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move the chair rise. We report progress.
Thank you to the member Inuvik-Boot Lake. There's a motion to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. I will now rise and report progress. Massey. From the chamber, Massey.
Member from Satu.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table documents 341-20 brackets 1 and would like to report progress. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee of the whole be conferred with. My seat.
Thank you. Member from the Satu. Can I have a seconder? Let's go to, I don't want to do this one, but I will. Yellowknife Center. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Can we have a vote on all in favor? Please raise your hand. I got 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, thank you. Motion passed. Rules of reports on committee of the whole, reports on committee of the whole. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. 17. Who's that? Baca. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the honourable member for the Satu, that Bill 17, Municipal and Community Affairs Statutes Amendment Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Member has asked a recorded vote. Oh, motion is in order. Sorry. Let's try this again. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. The member from Hay River South has asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunavut, the member for Satu, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Thabatcha, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North.
Thank you. All those opposed, please stand. All those abstaining, please stand. Colleagues, the results are 15 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstention. Motion is carried. Bill 17 has had its third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the honourable member of Yellowknife South, that Bill 18, an act to amend the Partnership and Business Name Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order. To the motion. The question has been called. The member for Minister of Justice has asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Thabatcha, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunavut, the member for Satu, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Yellowknife North.
All those opposed, please stand. All those abstentions, please stand. Colleagues, results are 15 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 18 has had its third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Tuesday, May 27th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer reflection, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, returns to oral questions 666-20 bracket 1, acknowledgements, Oral questions, written questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, motion 55-20 bracket 1, motion 56-20 bracket 1. Notices of motion for first reading of bills. First reading of bills, Bill 27. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, table document 340-20 bracket 1, table document 341-20 bracket 1, report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Tuesday, May 27th at 2025 at 1:30 p.m.